adopt this technology and ensure that it reaches to the right people on the ground. For that, we wanted to have a common mission, a common agenda, a common goal for all of us to align on. How do we actually get 100 million students to learn, irrespective of who is building the technology or what the infrastructure is? That's where we came up that, let's as part of our foundational and impact efforts, build a tag, something which will resonate with everyone, irrespective of which organization you're coming from. And that's how EdTech for Naya Bharat was born. We were in the new normal, we were in the pandemic, schools were shut, and EdTech was the way to go, right? We had no other way to kind of reach and provide teaching and learning to the masses apart from relying on that smartphone device of the parent or the neighbor. And that's where, when the new normal happened, education also adopted to EdTech. And that's where EdTech for Naya Bharat will become an enabler, a new infrastructure for the blended model. And we look forward to the sessions today from the various states, the key practices, the use cases that have been adopted over the last 1.5 years in the pandemic. We look forward to hearing from the ground. We look forward to hearing from the state's machinery, the teachers, the students, about their experiences of using EdTech and how they have adopted in the new normal and in the pandemic, and how they see it either growing or adopting with a blended model when schools reopen. With that, I will try and keep my session very brief, and I would look forward to hearing from Christian sir as well. Thank you. Thanks, Vaishali. Over to you.
Thank you so much for your words, Jairaj. So now I would like to invite for the introductory address, Mr. Christian Echle, a journalist by training with more than a decade's experience, currently the Director, Regional Program for Political Dialogue Asia of CAS Spaces. Over to you, Christian.
Thank you so much, Shali. Mr. Jairaj Bhattacharya, CEO of Convergenius, Dr. Joseph Emanuel, Director of the Central Board of Secondary Education. Dear experts, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a big pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Political Dialogue Asia to today's webinar, which is part of CAS Spaces. CAS Spaces is a platform that we established at the beginning of the year in order to discuss the Sustainable Development Goals throughout the region in a series of national webinars. And today's webinar is part of our series on education, as you know by now. From our point of view, education is really one of the key topics when it comes to the question of leaving no one behind. This is the big motto of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we try to identify topics that are relevant throughout the regions for all the diverse and different countries in the whole of Asia when it comes to education, when it comes to how to further education and to make sure that no one is left behind. And these topics are also reflected in today's and tomorrow's program. So we are looking at the infrastructure of education. We are looking at the access to education, in particular for minorities and disadvantaged groups. And we are looking at the training of teachers. We are very happy that we found a great partner in India with ETNB and Convergenius to facilitate this webinar. We really rely on the network of ETNB for this, and I think ETNB has done some wonderful work, especially when it comes to the infrastructure of education. And we do look very much forward to discuss this over the next 2 days, trying to focus really on the whole of India, which is challenging, as we all know. It's a very big country, but it's really important for us that we do not only look at the centers, at the big cities, at the capitals, but really try to get a holistic perspective of where education is at the moment and where it needs to go in order to achieve at least some of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are all aware that COVID-19 has been a huge challenge to the agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. It has actually been difficult, or the goals have been very ambitious already before COVID-19, but with this added layer of challenges, I think we really now have to focus and to think and to look for best practices on how to be able to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And I think this is what we are trying to do today and tomorrow. We are trying to get different perspectives from academia, from practitioners, from policymakers, from the civil society, to get a look at what has gone well during COVID-19, maybe also new ideas. COVID-19 has kind of pressured us to improve our digital infrastructure, basically from one day to the next. And I do believe that there's also some positive potential in this for the agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, we also have to be very candid about the shortcomings of the respective national education systems or even local education systems if we want to look at what needs to be improved and if we want to find the solutions for this. So today and tomorrow is the focus on the whole of India. And then in November, we will bring this series of webinar to a close with a regional event. And I would like to already invite all of you to also join us for our regional event on education in Asia, on the Sustainable Development Goals, where we then try to really pick the best practices from different countries, bring them together, strengthen the network, especially the civil society network of people who are working on improving education throughout Asia. And I do hope that this will be a very insightful event for all of us. I would like to thank again our partners from ETNB and Convergenius for basically doing all the groundwork in putting this webinar together. It was a very good experience so far. And I would also like to thank my team, represented by Megha Sama, our program manager for the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030, who had also a lot of input, worked a lot on making this series of webinars happen. So I wish all of us a fruitful exchange today. Thank you so much for your attention, and back to you, Harshali.
Thank you so much. Glad to know so many productive collaborations coming through across the world. So we would now move on. And next with us is a veteran from the spaces of educational administration, having been instrumental in the integration of technology with the examination system in India, the e-affiliation system. He has played a pivotal role in developing online applications and online payment systems for various examinations conducted by the Central Board of Secondary Education India, making the lives of so many of us so much easier as students. But that is not all. He's a postgraduate in commerce and possesses a doctorate in financial management. Not taking much time here, I would like to invite Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academics, Central Board of Secondary Education, for the keynote address on the National Education Policy 2020 India that is expected to set the foundation stone for Naya Bharat, the new India. Over to you, sir. I believe Dr. Emmanuel might be facing a few issues. We are just connecting with him. He was here. While Mr. Emmanuel joins, we'll discuss about the different panels that we'll have for the day. So for the first panel, the introductory panel, we'll be discussing about the future of education in India. We're building without walls. And the eminent speakers would include Ms. Priyanka Jain, who is the Director of Education from Reach to Teach, Ms. Rashi Dhanane, Project Lead Center State Foundation, Mr. Asis Sawant, who is the lead at the State Management for Information Systems in Department of Education, Gujarat Government, moderated by Mr. Shikhar Gupta, who is the Chief Learning Officer. For the same, post the same, we'll be discussing about further topics and trying to explore how COVID-19 has brought about changes in real lives of the students and the teachers, the kind of struggles and the opportunities that it has laid bare, and how we have been trying to tap these opportunities at the same time, strengthening our systems as going forward. We hope for everyone to be very interactive today so that we can make the best of the experiences that all of these people have to offer. Post that, in the second half of the day, we will be discussing about how digital infrastructure is important in a teacher's development. For the same, we'll be inviting Assistant Professor Jayashree Mathur from ET Prabhav, Rajasthan, Ms. Monal Jairam, Program Director and co-founder of Piramal Foundation, Ms. Amrita Sen Gupta, the Education Specialist from UNICEF, moderated by Ms. Sunaina Mathur, who is the Senior Associate Consultant from GDI Partners. It seems like a well-packed panel, and we will be covering how to move from desks to desktops from the teacher's perspective. That will be how we will be taking you through this journey in the second half of the day. Meanwhile, we can discuss about the CBSE, the Central Board of Secondary Education in India. It is a national level board of education for public and private schools both, controlled and managed by the Government of India. It was established in 1929 by a resolution of the colonial government. The board was indeed a bold step towards interstate integration and cooperation in the sphere of secondary education. The constitution of the board was again amended in 1952 to give its present name, that is, the CBSE, the Central Board of Secondary Education. The first education board of India in regional context was to be set up in UP, the Uttar Pradesh state. However, CBSE brought in a certain set of standardization in terms of norm and administrative jurisdiction. It has played a pivotal role in standardizing all examinations, ensuring they're conducted in a fair and free manner, and also working towards using modern tools to make it easier for the students, the parents, and all other stakeholders. One such work was the e-affiliation, which was undertaken by Mr. Emmanuel, Dr. Emmanuel, and hence he will be here to enlighten us further about the topic. I would like to invite Dr. Joseph Emmanuel for the keynote address here. Dr. Emmanuel, it would be extremely helpful if you could please write to us in chat or raise your hand. We are trying to identify you, but apparently due to a bug, it's making us a little, it's making things a little bit difficult, but we would like to be on track as soon as possible, working on the same. Dr. Emmanuel, we would like to request you to please raise your hand here. Because of the bug, all the attendees have been renamed by the same name, and hence we are facing a bit of a difficulty identifying individuals. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you
morning.
everyone for your patience. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, Harshali. Good morning to you all. Thank you so much for inviting me to this webinar. Sorry for the technical glitches and delay in joining. The new national education policy has given a new vision, a new insight, the direction in which the country has to work and progress to achieve in the path of development. So it's a wonderful opportunity for everyone to work together with a clear vision and focus to achieve the ambition of our Mother India. I appreciate the efforts of Convergenius and similar governmental organizations for extending their hands to promote quality education across the country. It is a welcome step that the nation as a whole is coming together and helping each other in promoting quality education. India is a very vast country and we have a very rich heritage. We have a glorious past and we have shown the way to the whole world. And India's contribution in all fields to the whole universe is known to everyone. And again, all of us are part of a resurging India, wherein India is going to regain its position in the world. For that, the first and foremost thing we need to do is to educate our young population, to give right education, right knowledge, so that the principles of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam or Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, the fundamental principles on which India's constitution is built, India's vision is built, can be achieved. As all of us are aware, the new national education policy has given a clear focus to the education sector in India. In the past, we have been striving to reach education to all, and now, along with that vision and that objective, giving quality education to all has attained prominence. The all-round development of the individual, developing every child as a well-rounded citizen, helping every learner to attain his objective and purpose in life. That has become the foundation of the new national education policy. So this process will begin from early years. That is why foundational literacy and numeracy has got a lot of prominence. And inclusive education, inclusion has gained a lot of prominence. So in short, all-round development of the citizen, all-round development of the child to help a learner to achieve his life goals, as well as to achieve the objective of the nation, has been clearly interwoven in the new national education policy. It is plural, it is inclusive, it is quality oriented, it provides equity, and it aims to achieve excellence. So, very clear policy that has been laid to promote quality education in the country. So in that direction, Central Board of Secondary Education, one of the pioneer and leading national board in the country, the second oldest board in the country, with more than 25,000 schools around. We are touching 26,000 now, and presence in 27 countries, including India. What CBSE is doing to achieve the objectives and ambition of NEP? So CBSE as a system has started NEP implementation by changing its teaching learning in the classroom. The focus is now on competency-based education rather than the traditional rote learning which we have been following for the last 200 years. It is a leftover of the colonial era, and we need to shed this burden, and we need to embrace experiential and joyful learning. The learning that is connecting the learner with the real life. The learning that is enabling the learner to develop his skill set as well as capabilities to face various challenges in life. That is the ambition of the new national education policy, and that is the way in which CBSE is moving forward. So the first and foremost thing the CBSE has done is to promote competency-based education in the classroom. When a concept is taught in the classroom, the learner should get a clear idea about its application in real life scenario. So an application-oriented learning that promote various skill set and abilities to apply those acquired knowledge in the real life. That is the main purpose of promoting competency-based education. So for promoting competency-based education, CBSE has adopted the learning outcome prepared by the NCERT. And along with the learning outcome of the NCERT, CBSE schools and its faculties worked hard to link various concepts and topics and the syllabus of classes 1 to 10 with the learning outcomes of the NCERT. So the purpose was, an attempt was made to connect the chapters, concept and topic with the learning outcome. So with this initial work, the teacher is able to understand what is the learning outcome which is expected after teaching a particular concept or lesson in the classroom. So this was an initiation in that direction. Again, subsequent to that, Teacher Energized Resource Manual, TEM, has been released by the board for classes 6 to 10 in the subject science and mathematics, wherein these concepts are elaborated. And again, how these concepts can be measured through the assessment that is happening in the classroom. So a multidisciplinary approach wherein focus is given to teaching learning as well as assessment that have been adopted by CBSE to promote new national education policy into school. So there are four level strategy adopted by the board in the clear implementation of the policy. One is quality teaching and learning, promotion of the quality teaching and learning, which includes competency-based education, experiential learning, joyful learning, art integrated learning, sports integrated learning, joyful learning. All these are various pedagogical practices that CBSE is promoting in its affiliated schools to promote competency-based education. Second important milestone taken by the board is assessment reforms. How to use the strategy of assessment or the examination for promoting quality education. So the question paper design that is happening happening for class 10 and class 12. Similarly, board is helping its teachers in designing various competency-based questions from lower classes, from foundational level till class 12. So this is the second level intervention done by the board. A third level intervention is capacity building of the teachers. CBSE has Center for Excellence at a different part of the country. We call it COE, Center for Excellence in Education. So through these COEs, mass level training programs are being organized for the teachers of the affiliated schools. So after the pandemic, more than 10 lakh teachers of the CBSE affiliated schools participated in the online training programs organized by the board during the year 2020 as well as 21. So this is a complete free training program given to its teachers, and the teacher has to undergo for an online training followed by an assessment. Once the teacher completes online training and assessment, a participation certificate is being issued online in recognition of the effort made by the teacher. So through this way, more than 10 lakh teachers could be given initial orientation on the competency-based education as well as examination reforms undertaken by the board. A third important area is the training, and the fourth important area in which CBSE has invested is creating an enabling environment through systemic reforms. So two major reforms undertaken by the board in these areas are, one is SAFL, Structured Assessment for Analyzing Learning, and second one is School Quality Assessment and Assurance, that is SQA. So the objective of SAFL is to promote competency-based education from early years. So you are aware of the NAS, National Achievement Survey. Similar to NAS is conducted on a census basis, on a sample basis, but SAFL is conducted on census basis. 100% students will participate in SAFL. So at the key stage level, class 3, 5, and 8, what is the learning level of the child? What are the skill set and competencies acquired by the child? Whether the child has acquired essential skill set and competencies that are required to be exhibited at the age-appropriate level has been achieved by the learner. That can be measured through a very well-structured assessment designed by the board. So in the academic session 2021-22, CBSE would be undertaking a pilot for its affiliated schools. And from the academic session 22-23, this will be rolled out for the schools. And CBSE is planning to roll out this structured assessment on a digital platform. But there will be facility available for schools with the less internet connectivity or the less computer facilities for undertaking this test on a manual mode. So this will be a blended model for the schools affiliated to the CBSE, which will measure various skill set, competencies, and learning level of the child at the age-appropriate level, at the class-appropriate level, and helping the system and the learner and the whole stakeholders to take remedial measures at the appropriate time and appropriate level to strengthen the learner, achieve excellence in teaching, learning, and achieving the life goals of the learner. So right intervention at the right time, that is the purpose of SAFL. So this will help the learners to promote their talents, and it will also give feedback to the school system, whether there is anything lacking while teaching learning is happening in the school. It will give feedback to the teachers about the pattern or the style in which they have adopted teaching in the classroom. It will give feedback for improvement and also to strengthen the best practices. And at the parental level, they will get a clear feedback, and based on which the parental teacher collaboration can be more strengthened. And wherever more and more parental participation is there, the teaching will further strengthen, learning will further strengthen, the learner will achieve complete objective of the education. So through a 360-degree participation of all the stakeholders, a complete revamping of the classroom transaction, assessment, and the feedback mechanism is being envisaged, and complete participation of the stakeholders are an essential component of this SAFL vision. And with the participation of all, the learner's learning ability can be strengthened, and he will be able to achieve life goals while moving forward in the school education system. Another important milestone taken by the board is introduction of school quality assessment and assurance, SQA. So this is a component that is going to assess uh, the school against various standards set by the board. So there are 7 domains against which a school is being assessed. The Ministry of Education has designated CBSE as a standard setting body for the Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas, as well as the schools affiliated with the board. Similarly, state governments will also notify standard setting authorities in the respective states. And CBSE has already designed standards for the affiliated schools, particularly Kendriya Vidyalayas, Navodaya Vidyalayas, and independent private schools in the fold of CBSE. And all the schools will be assessed based on the standards and parameters developed under SQA process. So there are 7 domains like teaching, learning, pedagogical practices, inclusive practices, infrastructure, parental participation, management and administration, and different parameters in all areas of working of the schools has been designed. And based on this design, schools will be assessed, and based on the assessment, feedback will be given to the school system so that they will be able to bring improvement in all areas of functioning of the school system. So this is also planned to implement on a digital platform with the help of data analytics. Clear feedback will be given to the schools. They will be registering online, similar to the affiliation system of CBSE, and they will be uploading evidences of the standards achieved by them. The standards will be measured and feedback will be given to the school, and there will not be any external interference at this stage. Schools will have enough freedom to understand the standards, and against those standards, where are these institutions standing, and based on the feedback, how to make interventions to achieve excellence. So this feedback mechanism will be given to every affiliated schools of the board, and schools will be encouraged to promote achieving of excellence in various areas of schools function. And this feedback will be given initially through an online process. And at the second level, school can opt for peer assessment. Through peer assessment, school can invite any peer institution for review of its own performance. Once they are happy that and confident that we have achieved certain standard, then they can seek external assessment. Until the time the school is not becoming confident, they will be given hand-holding towards achieving excellence. So with a mutual support and mutual collaboration and participation, quality enhancement is being envisaged through this SQA process. And when a school is achieving standards set through SQA, it will create an enabling environment, and that enabling environment, in fact, will bring quality education in that school. So with a clear vision of achieving excellence and equity in school education, CBSE is moving forward in this direction. And SQA will also be piloted in the current academic session 2021-22. And in a full-fledged manner, it will be launched for the all the affiliated schools from the academic session 22-23. Similarly, whatever we are designing for SQA will be made available on Diksha, so that schools across India can make use of this facility. So this knowledge sharing is one of the prominent factor that is giving direction to CBSE in implementing NEP. Whatever competencies and abilities developed within CBSE will be shared with all the school boards across the country and all the schools in India. So a shared vision is being developed. Similarly, for the assessment reforms, a Center for Excellence in Assessment is being created within Central Board of Secondary Education. This center will research on various best practices across the globe in the assessment areas and design and contextualize those assessment strategies in Indian context to bring those international level standards in the assessment at the board examination level, as well as assessment conducted at foundational years like SAFL. So the best practices across the globe is trying to be adapted and adopted and built on Indian ethos and values to promote quality education is another objective of the board. And this knowledge, again, will also be shared with the boards and school system across the country. We will share the way in which we are working on the Diksha platform, as well as the platform which are freely available available to the schools across the country. Similarly, all the innovative practices, all the innovations and all the initiatives of the board for implementing new national education policy will also be made available on the CBSE website, particularly the CBSE's academic website. All the school boards and the education department of the states and various institutions across the country in the government sector as well as public sector can visit the website of CBSE and gain understanding and knowledge on the innovations and new initiatives made by the board. So in short, a 4-level intervention is being planned by the board. One is teaching and learning in the classroom, and to promote competency-based education as well as experiential learning that connects learning with the real life. To promote learner skill set and abilities to meet the 21st century challenges. That is one aspect. Second, use assessment as a tool to promote learning. Assessment will be made at the end of class 10 and class 12 at the level of the board to assess the performance of the learner. But this assessment strategy will be very much used in the classroom to promote learning. Assessment will be used for learning as well as assessment as learning to promote effectiveness of learning in the classroom. For that, CBSE is promoting a huge pool of resources in the form of question bank, competency-based question bank, covering children from classes 1 to 12. And these resources will be available on the CBSE website. Anybody can freely access these resources. And similarly, capacity building of the teachers is another major area in which board is heavily investing. For bringing a small change in the society, you have to bring a big change in the minds of the people. So capacity building of the teachers and making every teacher a lifelong learner and a problem solver, so that these problem solving skills will be transferred to the learners as a whole, and all the 21st century skills will be developed in the learner through the teaching learning that is happening in the classroom. And the fourth and foremost area of intervention is systemic reforms, that is introduction of programs like SAFL, SQUA, and Holistic Progress Card. So Holistic Progress Card is also at the design stage, and we will be coming out with Holistic Progress Card and its IT implementation tool, which will also be available on Diksha as well as CBSE platform to help the schools and the school system, teachers, parents, and learners. So a complete analysis of the learner, overall development of the child, holistic development of the child, and adoption of inclusive practices, promotion of Indian culture and ethos, diversity in the Indian culture, plurality of the society, all will be promoted through this quality education. And that is the aim of the board. And with these efforts, CBSE will be entering into the arena of implementing new national education policy. And with this, a development mindset will be created in the educational institutions. And through this intervention, we are envisaging that we can provide quality education to the students of our country and in the schools which is affiliated with the CBSE. And with this powerful intervention, development of individual will happen. And through the development of individuals, the holistic development and development of well-rounded citizens through the schooling, development of the families will happen, development of the society will happen, and development of the country as a whole will happen. So education is the most powerful weapon that can transform the individual and transform the society. And in this process, various stakeholders are also partnering with CBSE. Convergenius is one of the partners of CBSE in using technology in implementing educational reforms. Similarly, different organizations like Central Square Foundation, Sri Aurobindo Society, Asim Premji University, many others are educational initiatives, British Council, Australian Council of Educational Research, many other organizations and non-governmental organizations are partnering with CBSE. And as a move of the society, let us move forward and take this journey forward and strive, achieve the mission and vision of NEP. And through this vision and mission, let us transform India as a developed country by the year 2030 or by the year 2040. Thank you so much for patiently listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. It's very enriching and very insightful. Dr. Emmanuel, if I may, we have a few questions. So, since we have an international audience here, and given how diverse and big India is, with all these standardization measures, I'm hoping a lot of effort and thinking goes behind the scenes, which probably all of us are not aware of. So that we are able to appreciate it more, could you please highlight a few steps or the kind of exercises and efforts that were undertaken to ensure that these kind of mechanisms are in place?
So India is a huge country. It's a subcontinent. It is a subcontinent with a number of states and union territories, multiplicity of language, ethnicity of population. It's a huge country, and a huge country with a lot of ancient richness. So while promoting the quality education, we are seeing that whatever we are doing, that is acceptable to the whole country. And whenever we introduce anything in the country, adaptation is very essential. Adaptation in the Indian context and the local context. So full flexibility is being given. So when any document is being developed, when assessment tools are being developed, when we promote different patterns of teaching learning in the classroom, flexibility is being given and enough facility and option is available to the user to adapt and adopt it to their own environment. So basic principles are the same, basic objectives are the same, but in the local context, how it can be implemented, that scope is given at every step, and training is being given to the teachers to use it at the classroom level by including local flavor to the teaching learning that is happening in the classroom. For example, art integrated learning, sports integrated learning. In all these areas, the objective is to promote joyful learning. Learning should not be a burden, rather it brings happiness in the minds of the learner and the teacher, so that real learning will happen. So when the teacher is being trained, or the teacher has developed the local flavor, local art in the teaching learning, so automatically it can connect the learner with the real life, which is known to the learner in his own context and in his own environment. So these kind of practices are being adopted, and we are also encouraging our teachers and the parents to promote this kind of practices to promote experiential learning and joyful learning in the classroom. So idea is to connect every learner with the real life scenario, and the learner should be clearly taught or clearly given idea how can a concept be used in the classroom. A concept learned in the classroom be used in the real life scenario. For example, whatever we teach in the civics chapter, that should promote a more civilized citizen for the country. So that is the ultimate aim. So this kind of promotion, when you teach science, so what is the use? When you teach length and breadth, what is the use of length and breadth? What is the use of measurement in real life scenario? How you can promote it? How and with that, you will be throwing different opportunities, multiple opportunities before the learner to adopt, and innovate, and to learn according to his own pace and capacity and capability. The curiosity and inquisitiveness of the learner should be promoted through the practices adopted in the classroom, so that a wider world is opened before the learner, then according to his talent, capability, and aptitude, with the support of the teacher. Sky is the limit. The learner can go to any extent. So that is the idea of bringing various teaching reforms in the classroom.
Thank you very much, sir. That really puts a lot of things into perspective. From my personal experience, sir, when I was on the ground and COVID hit us, two particular applications became extremely popular with teachers and students. They were Nishtha and Diksha. Many of us could not fathom what they were meant for and used the terms interchangeably. So, if you could help us understand these two particular initiatives that have been so successful during the COVID pandemic times.
COVID has taught us many lessons, and use of technology, blended learning. These are all new addition to our in our teaching learning environment. Diksha is a platform wherein not many resources are available for the learners. This platform contains information about the content, teacher training, on all other resources that are mean for development of the child, development of teaching quality, and assessment. All aspects of teaching learning that is happening in the classroom and the school, which is available on Diksha platform. And in Diksha, national level resources are available, state level resources are available, regional level resources are available, a plenty of resources. So anybody can log into Diksha. It's a free resource, and they can access information according to their need. If teachers are looking for teacher resources, that is available on Diksha. If the learner is looking for resources, that is available. Assessment resources are available. Everything is there. Nishtha is more like a teacher's platform. It is for the many training modules are available on Diksha. Teachers can freely log in and access Nishtha to equip themselves with the 21st century skills, and whatever reforms we are envisaging in teaching learning that needs to happen in the classroom. It's a wonderful opportunity for all our teachers to undergo for massive training through Nishtha module. Lakhs of teachers of CBSE system is using it. Similarly, the state boards, when we talk about development of the country, we cannot ignore state board. It's not CBSE alone or any board of high performing boards in the country. Every board, every school, every teacher, every child needs to get the facility of empowerment through quality education. So every teacher should be promoted to undergo for training. So regional resources under various languages, all are available on Nishtha. And the difference is Nishtha is essentially a teacher platform wherein a lot of resources for teachers and teacher training is available. And Diksha is more like a general platform wherein teachers resources, students resources, or all kind of blended materials are available on Diksha platform. All should visit these two sites and spend some time to understand the resources available there, and also, you can make your own action plan to access information for using in the teaching learning process that is happening in the classroom.
Thank you, sir. So, like Niti Aayog often says, what gets measured gets done. But developing measuring frameworks in India is a mammoth task, given the diversity in languages and other aspects. So, thank you for bringing that to light, sir. One last question, sir. Like you said, in India, there is the national board. At the same time, we have multiple state boards. So, if you could bring to light, how does this relationship work? How do the two interact with each other? And how is this synergy formed to move forward?
So, as you have very rightly mentioned in the beginning, we are a vast country with a diverse culture, diverse language, diverse ethnicity. It's a huge country, and there is unity in diversity. And the visionary leadership of our country has developed a very good fabric and interconnectivity between the national level planning as well as the state level planning and implementation. So there is a national level policy, the education policy at the national level, and based on this policy, national curriculum framework is being developed by NCERT. We have the last national curriculum framework was designed in 2005, and now the new national curriculum framework is being developed. A new committee has been formed recently, and the NCERT is working on it. So for the whole country, the national education policy and the national curriculum framework, that is at the top level, and under that, in every state there is an SCRT, National Council of Education and Training is at the national level, State Council of Education, Research and Training at the state level. And state SCRT has the power to adapt and adopt the national curriculum according to the state flavor or the regional flavor. So that flexibility is being given. So at the national level, NCERT will be developing the textbook and other resource materials. And at the state level, state SCRTs will be developing resources and materials. So, for example, in a state like Gujarat or Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu or Kerala, wherein different languages are in use, so language level resources and adapting of national resources into the state pattern or the state requirement, all will be undertaken by the SCRT. And in every state, there is a state board. State governments have schools. India is a federal state wherein education is in the current list. Both central government and state government have responsibilities, shared responsibility for imparting education. At the state level, state governments are there, state education ministry is there, state education boards are there. And at the national level, CBSE is one of the national board. Then in the informal education sector, NIOS is a national board. And there is another national board, ICSE, which is also available. These three are at the national level, and every state has their own state boards. And around 55 school boards are there in the country. And 15 lakh schools and different languages. It's a huge mammoth task. At the central level, Ministry of Education is coordinating between various state boards. And there is an informal organization called COPSE, Council of Boards of School Education. COPSE is a platform wherein all school boards come together and share their vision and understanding and best practices. So all the best practices which are created by CBSE will also be shared with the state boards. And it's according to their vision, understanding, and initiative. They have to adopt, adapt, and implement in various states. So every body is equal, and the certificates awarded by every school board in the country, recognized school board in the country, is accepted by each other and the universities in the country. And so they are all at equal footing. But in terms of initiatives, in terms of bringing reforms in terms of the assessment pattern, the teaching learning practices adopted in the schools. Every state board is unique. Every national board is unique. They have their own credibility and merit. In terms of achievement of students in various walks of life, their effectiveness in general we can measure, but all should work together to bring reforms and quality education in the country. And for the matter of transforming India as a developed country, the NCRTs, national boards, state boards, SCRT, and state schools and the schools under the national board, everybody should to come together and work together and be part of that shared vision. Then only we can achieve, development of our country.
Definitely, sir. Can't agree more. I have tried reading so many documents. I try to keep myself updated. I take pride in the fact that I'm an avid reader, but never have I understood concepts so clearly, like you have just given it out for the world to hear and to hear and to understand. So thank you so much for the patience. I would like to continue with a number of questions, sir, but we are short on time. So I would like to thank you here for giving us your precious time and exercising such patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harshali, and thank you, Convey Genius, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. For the next session, we will be beginning with the first panel for the day. For the same, I would like to invite Mr. Shikhar, who is the Chief Learning Officer, Convigenius, to please introduce the first panel. Over to you, Shikhar.
Hey, hi, Harshali. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining this discussion organized by the Convigenius team. We're here today to have a conversation about a very central element in our education system, which is schools. The last couple of years, we have all seen the definition or understanding of our schools sort of shift a little in many ways, shapes, and forms. Some exciting and some definitely not exciting. So today we are going to explore an idea, which is schools without walls, that has been circling in the education world ever since the pandemic. And to explore this intriguing concept, I have some very interesting people on the panel who have been observing the education system very closely by virtue of their commitment to it. So I will take this opportunity to introduce our panelists. First, we have Ms. Priyanka Jain, who's director at Reach to Teach. Priyanka is a very experienced educator with almost 15 years of experience working with state governments to support in the areas of accreditation and professional development. She has worked with an impressive number of teachers and headmasters in Gujarat to bring about behavioral change in the system towards education. She's also worked with some esteemed private schools in the past for curriculum development, professional development, among other important things. So Priyanka, welcome to the panel. We really look forward to get a teacher's perspective today on the concept around schools without walls.
Thank you, Shikhar. Looking forward
Yeah.
to the discussion.
Great. Our next panelist is Miss Rashi Dhanani, who is the project lead at CSF, Central Square Foundation. I'm sure all of us know about Central Square Foundation. Rashi Dhanani, she leads a portfolio of EdTech solutions at Central Square Foundation. Her current work spans from creating public goods to reduce the information asymmetry in the education system to supporting EdTech partners to focus on quality and scale for continued learning at home. Prior to CSF, Rashi has also helped other, EdTech businesses grow before this. So she has a lot of experience with EdTech businesses. She holds an MSc in finance from Imperial College of London and is a BSc in economics. And she also has done finance from the University of York UK. Wow, Rashi, that's all very impressive. Welcome on the panel, Rashi. We're really excited to hear from you and to learn about your experience in the EdTech domain.
Well, thanks, Shikhar, and thanks, Convenience, for having me here today. Look forward to the conversation.
Next, we have Mr. Asif Sawant, who's the officer in charge, MIS Command and Control Center in Gujarat. Asif Bhai has been very instrumental in ensuring, and I keep hearing Asif Bhai's name all the time. He's been very instrumental in ensuring online engagement of students and creating data systems to ensure quality education, like predicting school dropouts and creating digital fingerprints for every student. He's also been very instrumental in demystifying tech for teachers and students, which is going to be a very important part of the discussion today, because a lot of things that we're doing today are around teachers and students, and we want to understand how tech plays a role in their own head. So Asif Bhai's experience is going to be very helpful for us to understand. He also has an immense experience in monitoring and evaluation. So welcome, Asif Bhai, on the panel. Asif Bhai, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Shikhar. Thank you.
Great. All right, so let's get started. Okay, I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm Shikhar. I have been working in Convigenius for the past 7 years. I look at the product side of things, and my job basically is to try and push the boundaries of learning through EdTech solutions and sort of give meaning to technology in classrooms. That's what we aim for. Sometimes we are successful, sometimes we are not, but that's what the aim usually is. All right, so to get this conversation started, I thought the first and most relevant question would be to just understand from all three of you as to what are your first thoughts, or almost like, when I say these three words, which is schools without walls, what are the first thoughts that come into your mind, or what is the kind of vision of schools that come into your mind? What is your understanding of what schools without walls would mean, and what it could mean? I mean, and what is the individual or collective expectation of schools without walls that we could build from this conversation? Maybe we can start with you first, Rashi.
Sure. So, some part of my childhood education was done in a boarding school, okay? And as a result, the line between school and after school or at home was extremely blurred because it was an enclosed ecosystem in some sense, right? So I think, and even as an adult, I find that learning happens all the time and everywhere, right? So fundamentally, somewhere, I think the first thing that comes to mind when you say schools without walls, I think it's the idea that learning can and should happen wherever one is, right? But if we think about it from maybe schooling a little bit more specifically, right? Especially in the light of COVID, where a lot of children have not had access to learning because they don't have access to schooling, right? In that context, I find that, of course, schools offer a lot of benefits outside of just learning as well for children, right? It's a space that they can get away from home at. It's a space where they have their own relationships, own identities that are not related to familial bonds, etc., right? And there's a multitude of other reasons why schooling and schools play a critical role that's outside of learning, right? But schools without walls, right? I think, again, evokes in my mind an image that a child is able to learn both in school and at home or wherever it is that they are, right? That learning doesn't stop, but is also continued across these spaces, right? Whichever physical environment I'm in, my learning continues, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and whether it's COVID or whether it's like bad weather, political processions, schools take a hit in terms of being shut down quite often, right? Like I remember a couple of years I read a statistic that said that in Lucknow, out of like 100% of schooling, official schooling days, maybe 30% were shut due to random reasons such as weather, etc. Right? And again, that impacts on what a child is able to learn, what skills they're able to build, what concepts they're able to build, especially for younger learners, where it's extremely critical that they get the right environment for learning, right? So I think, from that perspective, maybe my first thought really is that we need to continue to take this opportunity that COVID has given us to rethink where learning happens, how learning happens, and ensure that we're not in a position again where schools are where learning happens and ends, like begins and ends, right? And of course, I think everyone agrees with that in principle, but to some extent, but how do we really make that happen, right? And I think that's a very interesting question to explore.
Okay, that's very helpful. So basically, we're saying that we need to empower our children for conscious, because I'm assuming learning happens anyway. I mean, if you don't do anything at home also, then you end up learning something or the other as a child. But probably there should be a way for a more conscious, self-directed learning that can happen outside school, and that's not restricted to the four walls of the school premise, the physical school premise that we talk about. That's very interesting.
It was a little bit,
yeah, go ahead.
Just to build on that, it goes a little bit beyond, right? So you have the child itself that needs to the extent, depending on their age, they're able to be a little bit more conscious about actively learning outside of home.
Mm-hmm.
You also have the parent layer, right? What is the role of the parent in supporting learning outside of school? What is the role of the teacher? What is the role of the community? And then what is the role of the system, right?
Right.
So all the way from the child to the system, there needs to be more consciously the choice making to ensure that learning is happening in an integrated manner from what happens in school to us.
Yeah, that's a beautiful idea. It's just, there's so many thoughts coming to my head, but yeah, we'll explore that more. I would like to move to Priyanka. Would you like to share your thoughts about your vision of schools without walls?
Yes, I think it's quite an intriguing concept, a school without walls. And the philosophy I've always believed in is like building on what Rashi was saying is, it isn't just a school that builds a child or develops a child. It takes a whole village. I mean, if I take the saying, it takes a whole village to raise a child. So I think for me, school without wall just brings that saying into life. It feeds more life into it. And then also makes us realize that why are we constricting learning, which is the primary function of a school, within a school? Because it is almost considering the fact that the only place where learning can happen is school, and a child can only learn when a child enters the school. And we all know that that's not the reality. A child, when he or she enters the school, they bring with them a wealth of experience, with a host of learning which has already happened. And the school's primary function is to then take into consideration the context the child is bringing and build on the experiences and learning a child has already had. So I think for that, you need no walls. And if it is a school without walls, it just means that you work more collaboratively with the parents, with the community, and also take into consideration what is child's background. And then it becomes, as Rashi was saying, it is a fluid concept, learning. So I think it adds more fluidity to it. And also the other thing, I think for me, learning is not really making someone more knowledgeable. Learning is when something has really triggered inside a child's mind and also leads to a permanent change in child's behavior, whether it is being able to know math or being able to know a language and then using it in your day-to-day conversations. So then I think a school without wall also means that a place where you are expected to apply all the learning is outside school. So you're also then creating more opportunities where children are applying their learning as they are gaining those experiences, and they're getting chances to try out new things in the real life settings. how much possible that is, I'm not going down there, but for me it's a very exciting concept.
Yeah, it definitely is. Pragar, because you have worked with a lot of teachers firsthand, I have a follow-up question on what you just said. This is my hypothesis. As a teacher, when I start teaching, I really didn't know much. I thought that it's subject that is to be delivered in a classroom, but I was very wrong, and I was proven wrong multiple times within a couple of years itself. But something that I have come across as a common understanding amongst a lot of teachers, because I also have done a lot of trainings, is that teachers don't usually understand or respect that children come with a lot of learning already. Teachers usually want to assume that there is a blank slate in front of me, or उस slate पे मैं लिखना शुरू कर देती हूँ and something will happen. Have you also experienced something like this?
Exactly the same, and that's why I think I'm always the first thing I'd like to begin my trainings is with an acknowledgement of children are not a blank slate. I mean, actually, by the time they come to school, developmentally, a lot has already happened inside their brains. A lot of wiring has already been put into place. So a blank slate by no means. I think that's the right place to begin with. And as you said, as teachers, we keep changing. Of course, when we enter into teaching, we think we know everything. And as we become more experienced and wisdom, we gain wisdom, we realize, oh, there's so much more to learn. And I think with time, it's a pleasure to be proven wrong, because that also means that you're learning something new and exciting. So I think it's that sort of, and I think as teachers, we begin with that place, and it takes experience and exposure to then realize, children are not blank slates. There are a host of other strategies and methods that can be used to teach, and no, the four walls are not the place where you have to teach. It can be done anywhere.
Okay, so I'm not completely wrong in assuming that.
Absolutely not. I think it also becomes the most interesting conversation for training.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that becomes an icebreaker most of the time. All right, we'll move on to Asif Bhai. Asif Bhai, आपका क्या सोचना है when we talk about schools without walls? आपके जहन में क्या आता है कि मतलब वो पिक्चर क्या आती है कि schools without walls क्या होना चाहिए? Now I also have a follow-up question that you can choose to probably address, which is कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने, क्योंकि schools की definition बहुत अच्छे से बना दी है, and all of us have been conditioned, मतलब हमें सिखाया गया है कि पढ़ाई स्कूल में होती है, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि वो स्कूल की जो धारणा बनी हुई है उसकी वजह से आउटसाइड लर्निंग का स्कोप बच्चों के लिए कम हो रहा है? Can we look at shifting that change, I mean shifting that definition of school so that people do not relate? मतलब ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि लोगों के जहन में स्कूल सोचते एक बिल्डिंग का इमेज आ जाता है जहाँ पे मतलब टीचर्स आएंगे, स्टूडेंट्स आएंगे और पढ़ना शुरू कर देंगे, तो उसके बारे में भी क्या आप बात करना चाहेंगे?
तो शिखर, जो ये अभी स्कूल विदाउट वॉल्स का जो बात है, सो वी हैव एक्सपीरियंस दिस वेरी ब्यूटीफुली. वी इम्प्लीमेंट मैनी इनिशिएटिव इन आवर स्टेट, जहाँ पे हमने ये प्रूव किया, और हमारे पास मतलब रिलेवेंट डेटा से हम प्रूव कर सकते कि जो काम जो इतने सालों में जो नहीं हुआ, जो टीचर को जो करना चाहिए था, जो सिस्टम में जो होना चाहिए था, वो इस टाइम के दौरान जो है वो हमने गुजरात में इन द लीडरशिप ऑफ आवर सेक्रेटरी सर डॉक्टर राव सर, हमने काफी सारे इनिशिएटिव्स लिए कि जिससे हम ये इस मतलब इस फोरम पे इस पे हम बोल सकते हैं कि जो हमारी जो टिपिकल जो सोच है कि एक स्कूल होना चाहिए, बेल बजना चाहिए, पीरियड होना चाहिए, टीचर होना चाहिए, प्रिंसिपल स्कूल में घूमता रहना चाहिए, फिर उसकी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए CRC आने चाहिए, उसका एकेडमिक स्टाफ मतलब नॉन एकेडमिक स्टाफ, उसका टीचर का और वो जो हायरार्की है उनका जो भी मतलब एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव थिंग्स और वो जो भी है। सो इस टाइम पे हमने जो जब से ये कोविड हुआ तब यहाँ पे हमने जो हमारे इनिशिएटिव्स हमने लिए थे, मैं आगे उस पर भी बात करूंगा क्या क्या इनिशिएटिव, बट उससे हमको ये लगा है कि उसमें अभी जो है स्कूल विदाउट जो वॉल है वो काफी सही और अभी है। यहाँ पे हमने इवन अभी के टाइम पे शहरी शिक्षण भी चालू किया, काफी ऑनलाइन एक्टिविटीज की कि जिससे बच्चे को और काफी अच्छा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है कि स्टूडेंट जो है वो अपने इंटरेस्ट वाला जो कुछ भी सब्जेक्ट हो अपनी स्पीड पे सीख सकता है। सो वो एक बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पे हमको ये देखने को मिला है। और
तो क्या नाम बताया आपने, क्या नाम
शहरी
बताया?
शिक्षण शिखर। सो ऐसा है कि स्कूल्स बंद है बट शिक्षण नहीं। सो ये कॉन्सेप्ट पे हमने जो पूरी हमारी जो
अच्छा।
फोर्स है उस पे हमने पूरी जो हमारे टीचर्स है उन्होंने पूरा काम किया उतनी मेहनत करके कि शिक्षण बंद शाला बंद है, पर शाला बंद है बट शिक्षण नहीं। सो इसी को लेके हमने काफी सारे इनिशिएटिव और उसमें एक शहरी शिक्षण करके हमने लास्ट में एक जो है वो किया, और वो अभी भी हमारे यहाँ पे 1 to 5 के स्टूडेंट्स के अभी स्कूल नहीं चालू है बट उसका हम अच्छे से यूज करके बच्चों को दे रहे कि 10 से 15 बच्चों को टीचर जो है वो अपने जो स्टूडेंट्स का है कोई घर है या तो कोई मोहल्ला है कि जहाँ पे बैठते हैं और वहां पे टीचर जो है वो उनको पढ़ाते, उसमें भी टेक्नोलॉजी का वो इंटीग्रेट करते हैं। हम जो हाइब्रिड मॉडल जो हम सिर्फ जो बात कर रहे थे वो हमारे टीचर ने एकदम अच्छे से इम्प्लीमेंट किया कि जो 10 से 15 बच्चे हैं उनको वहां पे मोहल्ला शिक्षण देते और उसका जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग और जो है टीम्स पे और यूट्यूब पे उसको दिखा के जो बच्चे उसके दूसरे जो नहीं इसमें आ पाते उनको शहरी शिक्षण से देते। सो एक बहुत ही अच्छा मतलब जो हमारा कल्चर था जो ऋषि मुनि का था कि भाई आश्रम में जाके जो हमारे सब पढ़ते थे। सो वो अभी मतलब जो हमारे गांव है हमारे जो सिटीज के जो छोटे छोटे जो मोहल्ले है वहां पे आपको ये सब बहुत अच्छे नजारे देखने को मिलते हैं।
बहुत अच्छा। स्कूल्स विदाउट वॉल्स आजकल एक बज़वर्ड चल रहा है, नॉट आजकल, आई मीन फॉर अ फ्यू इयर्स नाउ. When I think about school without walls, this image of this word actually comes to my mind very readily, which is almost this आजकल बोलते हैं ना cloud kitchens. I was thinking, can we also have cloud schools? Do we need physical spaces to actually host schools? Can we not have a concept of cloud schools wherein students can actually learn from wherever they are and interact with their environment and try to learn? But yeah, that's just a random thought. Maybe we can pick it up later. Um, एक और सवाल जो मेरे दिमाग में आता है, and I think it's a very pivoting question, which I think you guys are very aptly placed to talk about, is कि what is it that schools with wall did not have that schools without walls can have? मतलब ऐसा क्या था हमारे जो नॉर्मल स्कूलिंग सिस्टम है उसमें ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जो नहीं थी जो schools without walls में पॉसिबल है? I just want us to think a little bit around that and sort of talk about it. Rashi, you can go first if you want, or Priyanka, you can go first.
Sorry, Shikhar, I actually lost you because of my internet connection. So maybe
No
Priyanka,
problem.
you can go first and then I'll catch up on the
Yeah.
question.
I'll just anyway repeat the question again because I want all of us to think about it. The question is कि school without मतलब school with walls में ऐसी क्या चीज थी, मतलब ऐसी क्या चीज नहीं थी जो हम schools without walls में लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? What is it that schools with wall did not have that schools without wall can have?
So if I can take a go at it, I think the first thing that comes to my mind when I think of what a school without wall is able to offer, I'll start with teachers first and then come to students maybe. For teachers, I think what it has allowed is to bring them more closer as a community, being able to connect with each other, learn from each other, and also know that however distant or far they are, the challenges are almost the same. So that in a way gives more encouragement and source of motivation that I am not alone in the situation. People around me are facing a similar situation. That's one thing, and then that also leads to sharing of a lot of practiced solutions, supporting each other, and having a support within the community. So I think that's what it has helped with. And then I think the other practical things it has led to for teachers is that a school without walls has also led to creation of and sharing of a lot of resources which are available for free, which have been used in a context, and they're also adaptable in many ways. So I think that's what it has done for teachers. For students, a school without wall, I think I am currently not touching upon children who do not have access to devices, but children who have access to devices and internet. During COVID especially, they have this concept has allowed children to access learning and whatever modules or interventions are being offered from where they are. So attendance in that way is not that big a challenge, because we know a lot of these children, they don't not necessarily unwillingly not come to schools. There are some practical and real challenges because of which they're not able to come to schools. So I think that's one thing which has happened for children. And also the time is not a constraint. When children want to access what is being, I'm not talking about synchronous forms currently, but there's a lot of it, lot of learning which is happening through asynchronous modes as well. So I think that's what it has offered to children. So in a way, school with walls had a very set timetable. That's what comes to my mind. Everything had to be done at a set time within that wall. So school almost became the world for teachers and children both. A school without walls, I think the world is much larger, and time is actually not a constraint to learning or teaching. Both ways. So I think those are two things which come to my mind.
That's beautiful and very optimistic, I must tell you. Although I have a follow-up question, Priyanka, before we move to Rashi or Asif ji.
Sure.
My secondary research also tells me, and you can probably share some anecdotes from the ground, because I'm assuming you work very closely with the teachers. My secondary information, my secondary research tells me that the teachers have not been very happy with the whole change. I mean, it's a change, right? Let's just accept it as it is. It's a big change for anybody who's used to doing things in a certain way, and especially the teachers who are not very comfortable with technology have really sort of suffered a lot. Not sure if suffered is the right word, but they've sort of at least struggled. There's been a resistance. There's been a palpable resistance from them. Would you like to share some anecdotes from your experiences, or how Room to Read has sort of tried to make that behavioral shift easier for teachers?
So I think there's been, in the initial phase, especially if I talk about last year, first 6 months, there was massive resistance. And I think there has always been, with technology, not necessarily with COVID, but previously, there has been a thought with that has been playing at the back of mind of teachers is technology a medium to replace them? Is technology overtaking the role of a teacher?
Yeah.
So that has always been in the background. And with COVID, it was unusual circumstances with no option but to use technology, if not accept, still use technology.
Yeah.
So in the initial 6 months, there was a high level of resistance. No, teaching cannot happen. Children don't know how to use technology. You cannot teach like this. I mean, all the reasons you can think of. So there was that sort of resistance, and like with any behavior change curve that happens, there will be a specific percentage, the tail as we know, who will not embrace this change.
Yeah.
But we also had early adopters who then started thinking of, okay, if this is the only option, how do I use it best? So I think one thing which really helped, and I will say this building on experience of Gujarat, and maybe Asif Bhai will share more insights in that, is one thing which really helped teachers is, I think we shouldn't start with an assumption that because you and I are familiar with a Zoom platform or a Teams platform, teachers will also know how to use it.
Yeah.
I think the first step the state of Gujarat took was, and we sort of worked with the state at that time to create modules, and to especially the teachers who we were working with directly, to create modules and trainings for them, which very simply allows them to understand this is how you start a meeting, this is how you share your screen, and this is how you actually end meeting. So first, let them be comfortable with those three things which they are doing, and then possibly introduce more nuanced features, as in how do you do it out, and how do you then upload or check documents. So I think that sort of, so firstly, beginning with the thinking that we need to make teachers comfortable with whatever technology is to be promoted for use. And also then, while we're making that technology comfortable for teachers, also sharing some of the practices which almost model what teachers can do when they themselves use technology. So I think there was a resistance, but being empathetic towards teachers and also understanding that it takes time to embrace any change. Of course, COVID did not give us time, but being considerate of those factors. So those are the things which have helped. I'm not saying all the teachers have adopted. I think where we have reached is teachers not see technology as a threat anymore. Of course, the risk or the line where we are treading currently is that teachers have become too comfortable using technology and almost have started substituting their own efforts with technology. You know, there's a bit of interaction and effort to be put through teachers and then hand over to children. Okay, now you can watch this or go through this exercise. So I think that's the risk we are treading. That teachers shouldn't become too comfortable and just ignore their own role and contribution to it.
Sure. Thanks. I do have a follow-up question. I think Rashi would be very well placed to actually answer that. But I'd like to hear from Rashi around what do you think about, you know, what schools didn't have, schools with walls didn't have that schools without walls can have. And also a follow-up question from what Priyanka has talked about. And this is a very important question that because I have myself worked in this edtech space for almost a decade now. This is something that I have seen very live. This is something that's live for me all the time, which is that teachers often think that edtech products are sort of designed to replace them. Rashi, because you have worked with a lot of edtech products, could you talk a little bit more about what, in your understanding, should be the role of an ideal edtech product? Let's just say that you might not have come across an ideal edtech product right now, but like, what do you think should be the ideal role of an edtech product?
Tall order, but let's try. So the first question, right? What is it that schools with walls didn't have that the reverse can offer, right? I think the most exciting part for me is data, right? And I think it connects back to what you and Priyanka were talking about, Shakar, earlier, saying that children come with some understanding already into each interaction, right? They know something already, but discovering what it is that they know and how you then take your session forward, right? Even underlying that is being cognizant of what it is that my child is an individual group of children in my class and an entire class, what is their knowledge base that I'm building up on, right? Again, that to me speaks towards the need for data, right? So connecting these two, I think and again, of course, there are limitations in terms of access connectivity, but speaking within those, right? What Schools Without Walls offer is a real opportunity to learn about how children are learning, right? And I think a lot can be done with that data in terms of, the applications are multifold, right? Whether it's to improve system efficiency, whether it's to improve delivery of content for children, both offline, online, whether it is to support teachers with more curation of how they prepare for their classes, whether it is to support teachers with their own professional development, right? All of which eventually leads to a child getting more personalized in some sense, more targeted, more relevant learning material, offline and online, right? That will help them learn better, right? And I think this opportunity of learning outside of a school, especially in the COVID context, has offered us that chance to get that data. And so much can be done, and I'm sure even Asif G will talk a little bit more about what is being done with data, but I think that's very exciting, right? Sorry. I think for your second question, right, which is ideal EdTech, role of ideal EdTech, which is extremely hard to answer, I think especially because
I thought CSF already has an answer for that.
Do we?
You tell me.
EdTech is an enabler, right? And within that, right, I think whether it is student facing, whether it is parent facing, whether it is teacher facing, or whether it is administrative support for a system, right? EdTech can play different roles, right? So I think when you ask me ideal EdTech, I think it is within each of these, the answer changes a little bit. But let's talk about the teacher piece, because I think that's where your question emerged from, right? Is EdTech here to change the role of a teacher? Yes. Is it here to replace the role of a teacher? No, right? I think, so we did the study a little while ago where we looked at like 350 innovations globally and how they were reshaping how teaching and learning happens, right? And some of the interesting things that stayed with me maybe are that the homework space, right? Especially in a after school or outside of school context, remediation, right? Practice, right? Are all strong use cases for what EdTech can do to support a teacher in terms of what she does in the classroom.
Right.
So in my mind, almost an ideal EdTech solution would provide a teacher, right, with data that helps her engage her classroom in a stronger manner, that develops her own professional capacity, right? And that reduces her burden over things that can be automated, leaving her more time to do things that are more meaningful in her role, right? The reality of the Indian classroom is that you have multi-grade, multi-level students, right? You have one classroom, multiple students with different grades. Even a highly motivated teacher who's very strong in her ability to teach is going to struggle with that classroom, right? It's inhuman to expect her to do any better, right? So tech here can help her group that class meaningfully, provide learning interventions physically and virtually meaningfully, and actually move that entire class forward while not taking up all her time outside of school to do that, right? So, to some extent, these are some initial thoughts around, what an ideal EdTech would look like, but reducing teacher burden and homework remediation practice, I think, are the use cases of EdTech where teachers can really get support from EdTech.
Right. Great. That's very helpful. And also, I think I share the same understanding and something that I talk about in all my trainings and all the teachers that we work with. that it's just there to inform your decisions. It's just there to help make your life easier. But I think something very interesting that you talked about is around data, and I'm sure a lot of people are jumping up and down on their seats when I talk about data, because it's a fairly controversial thing, right? Because data is something that can be very, very adversely used as well. So and so I want to talk to Asif Bhai, because data expert hai wo yahan par. He's been building systems to actually prune data. He's been building systems to almost make sense out of data that can actually be used with teachers and students. So Asif Bhai, two questions for you, of course. One is जो बाकी दोनों पैनलिस्ट ने बताया है कि ऐसा क्या है मतलब ऐसा क्या है schools with walls में जो हमारे पास मतलब ऐसे क्या नहीं है जो यहाँ पे हो सकता है स्कूल विदाउट वॉल्स में हो सकता है, वो पहला सवाल है। और दूसरा, because you've been working with data a lot, especially in Gujarat, and Gujarat I think has become a model state when it comes to using data for more constructive purposes, in the classroom. So could you tell us a little bit about what you envision data can do in the next 5 years, let's say in a classroom, in any classroom for that matter?
Yes. So even Shashi और प्रियंका ने जो बोला है, I will add on this कि हमने जब शुरू किया था कि ये जब टाइम आया, so हम ये सब जो एजुकेशन के लिए जो नए जो यूज कर रहे थे, तब एक माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स भी यूज किया, व्हाट्सएप यूज किया, और मतलब तब हमारे जो जहन में जो बात थी वो ये थी कि जब हम ये सब शुरू कर रहे थे तब ये था कि पहले एक ऐसा था कि एक स्कूल थी, उसमें नंबर ऑफ क्लासरूम थे और उसमें करीब 30 बच्चे, 30 to 35 जो है स्टूडेंट्स थे वो है। अभी इसको तोड़ के हमारे पास स्टैंडर्ड 6 के लिए अगर हम कुछ कर रहे हैं तो हमारे पास 2 लाख बच्चे हैं। पूरा गुजरात के जो बच्चे हैं वो हमारा एक क्लासरूम है, और वो जो हम करेंगे वो एज अ क्लासरूम ही जो होता है उसी तरह से हम जो है वो अपना काम शुरू करेंगे। सरप्राइजिंगली हमको काफी अच्छा उसमें से हमको भी मतलब लर्निंग मिला, बच्चों को हमने अच्छे से पढ़ाया। टीचर्स आर ऑल्सो हैप्पी कि इंटरेक्टिव क्लास करते थे, बच्चों को यहाँ से सेंट्रली पढ़ाते थे, उनका जो क्वेश्चन आता था वो पूरी जो टीम थी वो जो क्लास ले रहा है उसको डिस्क्राइब करते थे, उसका पर्टिकुलर बच्चों का नाम लेके, जो एक क्लासरूम जो प्रोसेस होता है कि टीचर पढ़ाता है, अगर वो ऐसे पढ़ाता है कि बच्चों को समझ में आए, फिर वो उसका रिपीट करता है कि अगर वो कोई हार्ड स्पॉट है तो उसको दूसरी बार पढ़ाना है, फिर वो क्वेश्चन पूछता है, उससे वो पता चलता है कि जो बच्चे हैं उसने कितना सीखा है। तो सेम प्रोसेस हमने यहाँ से शुरू किया था। जो कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर जो हम यहाँ पे बनाया हुआ है, यहीं से हमने पूरा ये जो मूवमेंट जो है वो हमने एक इनिशिएट किया ना, और काफी अच्छा हमको इसमें रिस्पॉन्स मिला। और जो प्रियंका ने जो बोला था कि काफी मतलब सरप्राइजिंगली बहुत बढ़िया रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो टीचर का मिला है। अभी हमारे जब गवर्नमेंट टीचर्स का हम सोचते हैं तो मतलब वही ओल्ड स्टोरीज जो है वो हमारे जहन में आती है कि एक टीचर जो है वो स्कूल में जाता है, एक प्रे हो जाता है, उसके बाद जो है वो पढ़ाता है, नहीं पढ़ाता है। बट ये सब जो है वो मतलब इन लोगों ने जो टीचर्स ने जो एफर्ट करके जो मेहनत करके किया, तो उससे पता चलता है कि, और इवन जो राशि ने बात किया कि जो हमारे पास पूरा डेटा है कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स पे हमने पूरा स्टेट का एक शुरू किया था, बट मीनवाइल हम ये भी देखते थे कौन से टीचर ने कितना क्लास कंडक्ट किया है, उसमें क्या पढ़ाया है, उसका जो शेड्यूल था उसके हिसाब से पढ़ाया है कि नहीं पढ़ाया, वो हमने बाद में किया। बट पहले जो टीचर ने खुद से पूरा जो उसके लिए भी ये सब नई चीज थी। एक सिंपल सा हमने एक ट्रेनिंग रखा था, आई थिंक प्रियंका ऑल्सो नो, कि हमने एक सिंपल सा एक ट्रेनिंग रखा था कि हम इन सबको कैसे यूज करेंगे। सो वो खुद सीखे, वो मतलब जो प्राइवेट स्कूल के बच्चे हैं और प्राइवेट स्कूल के टीचर जो है, सो वो उनसे सीखते थे कि भाई आपका हमने यहाँ पे सेंट्रली अपनी जो टेक्स्ट बुक है वो इनकॉर्पोरेट की थी, कंटेंट जो है वो किया था, क्लासरूम वाइज सब्जेक्ट वाइज टीम्स डेवलप करके यहीं से हमने क्लास वाइज स्कूल वाइज दिया था। तो काफी अच्छा मतलब वो यूज टू हुए। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो यहाँ पे हर एक जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की जो ब्रांचेस है, उनको ये पता चला कि काफी टीचर जो है वो टेक सेवी अभी हो गए हैं। उनका खुद का जो है लर्निंग लेवल जो है इन सब में वो बहुत आ गया है। और मतलब सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि वो टेक्नोलॉजी सीखे, बट थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी वो किस तरह से अपने बच्चों को अच्छे से अच्छी तरीके से पढ़ाए। और काफी मतलब अभी जैसे मैंने बोला कि इसमें अपने टाइम पे अपनी स्पीड पे जो है बच्चे सीखते हैं। सो ये भी महसूस किया टीचर ने भी। सो टीचर भी उसी तरह से अपने शाम को क्लास लेता था। डिवाइस का थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम जहां जहां पे है, सो वहां पे वो ऑफलाइन मोड में उसका एक वीडियो बना के जो है वो पर्टिकुलर जो ग्रुप है जो उससे शेयर करता था। और मतलब जो कल्चरल एक्टिविटी है वो भी मतलब काफी अच्छा जो है वो यहाँ पे हुआ। और ये जैसे मैंने बताया कि पहले ये था कि एक स्कूल के बच्चे जो है, बट यहाँ से जब हम देखते हैं तो पूरा गुजरात मतलब स्टेट के जो भी बच्चे हैं उसको किस तरह से पढ़ाए वो हमने ये किया था। और जो सेकंड क्वेश्चन है कि आपका डेटा का जो है, तो काफी अच्छा को भी जानने को मिला। इवन मेरा इतने साल का एक्सपीरियंस है एजुकेशन में, बट इस टाइम पे जो मैंने पर्सनली जो काम किया वो मैंने आज तक के जो मेरा सर्विस पीरियड है उस टाइम तक मैंने नहीं किया था उतना इनिशिएटिव। मतलब ड्रीम था हमारा कि जैसे प्राइवेट स्कूल बच्चे का जो एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड होता है वैसे क्यों ना वो उसका सब्जेक्ट वाइज होता है, तो क्यों ना हम उसका लर्निंग लेवल वाइज क्वेश्चन वाइज उसका रिपोर्ट कार्ड बनाए। सो ये टाइम पे हमने बच्चों का एग्जाम लिया घर पे स्कूल पे और उसका डेटा का एनालिसिस किया। जो 469 जो लर्निंग आउटकम है वो टोटल 800 लर्निंग आउटकम है कि जिसमें हम 3 to 8 में बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। बट उसमें से 469 जो एलओज है उसमें का हमने पूरा मैपिंग किया। चाइल्ड वाइज हमारे पास डेटा है कि इस बच्चे को इस सब्जेक्ट में इस क्वेश्चन में इस लर्निंग आउटकम में प्रॉब्लम है। सो आप मतलब ये पूरा जो डेटा है वो 54 लाख बच्चों का हमारे पास डेटा है। उसका सब्जेक्ट वाइज क्वेश्चन वाइज जो डेटा है वो है। वो तो कितना हेल्प करता है वो यहाँ पे हमारे लिए कि कौन सा लर्निंग आउटकम है कि जो सब पूरे स्टेट में जो है वो वीक है, कौन सा लर्निंग आउटकम जो है इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वीक है, इस क्लस्टर में, इस स्कूल में। जैसे यहाँ से कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर से अभी हम यहाँ पे एक कैंपेन चला रहे कि बेस्ड ऑन दिस डेटा हम हर एक स्कूल को हर एक टीचर को जो है वो बताते हैं कि भाई सर्टेन ये क्लास के आपके जो बच्चे हैं शिखर, सो उनका पूरा एक डेटा लेके अगर उसमें 30 बच्चे हैं तो 30 बच्चों को एक ही लर्निंग आउटकम में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। सो वो टीचर का कुछ पढ़ाने में कुछ है कि जो उसको सिखाना चाहिए था वो ठीक से अगर शायद नहीं सिखा रहा है इसमें यहाँ। और अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो हम बच्चों का नाम के साथ में डेटा बात करते हैं कि भाई ये कल्पेश है, ये विशाल है, ये भाविक है, ये बच्चे जो है वो इस पर्टिकुलर लर्निंग आउटकम में वीक हो रहे, बाकी के आपके जो 24 बच्चे हैं वो अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। सो आपको ये देखना चाहिए कि इन बच्चों पे विशेष फोकस करके ध्यान देके हम इसको अच्छे से कैसे पढ़ाएं। तो ऐसे हमने टोटल 15 करोड़ रिपोर्ट जो है वो पूरा ऑनलाइन जो है विद द हेल्प ऑफ कन्वीनियस हमने ये पूरा डेवलप किया हुआ है। और अच्छा इसका मतलब कहीं पे भी नहीं हो रहा है ऐसा हम यूज कर रहे हैं। सो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी कि हमने ये सब चीजें जो आज तक जो बात करते थे, जो सोची थी, वो इस टाइम पे हमने इम्प्लीमेंट की और अच्छा रिजल्ट है और अच्छा काम भी इसमें अभी हो रहा है। Yes.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, थैंक यू आसिफ भाई। I know we've talked a lot about schools without walls, and we've, I think, just focused on the merits of schools without walls. There are a few, actually, there are a lot of thoughts that come into my mind when I also think about schools without walls, which are not very savory thoughts, like things that actually also scare me, things that make me think whether this is actually right to do or not. I'm just going to sort of share some of those thoughts, and if any of you want to, and these are very live thoughts, like I'm actually thinking about them right now. I'll just share those thoughts. If any of you feel like you want to build on that, feel free to talk about it. If not, we will move on to the next part of the panel discussion. So, a couple of thoughts that come to my mind, and probably when we do figure out a solution, or when we do transform the whole learning experience of the child, and sort of talk about schools without walls, we might want to consider a few things like, how does gender parity play a role in it, right? हमारे देश में और मतलब कई देशों में ऐसा होता है कि क्योंकि बच्चियां स्कूल चली जाती हैं, they are able to study. But if a girl child is left at home, she will be, a lot of them will be, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of those girl children will be expected to sort of, help the mother in the household chores that, the mother is doing. Maybe they will not give enough respect that education deserves, and they just want to send the child to school because of whatever reasons. But when the child is at home, or is not, or probably learning through an online medium, that might provide an opportunity to the household to actually give on some of those family chores to the child. So that's something that scares me. In a lot of places, in a lot of cases, in fact, I've actually worked with a lot of girl child protection. I've worked with children generally, also beyond education, and I've seen that for a lot of women, for a lot of girls especially, and for a lot of boys also, school, the physical space of the school becomes like a safe place for them, because of whatever they undergo at home. Maybe the environment is not good, and I think 90% of the time the environment of the house is not conducive to a child's mental health, for whatever reason. Maybe there's child abuse going on, maybe the parents are fighting, maybe the dad is doing unsavory things, maybe the mom is doing unsavory, a lot of things, right? So school becomes like a safe place for a child to come to and sort of forget about those things, and sort of do almost like a cultural exchange, or do almost like an intellectual exchange with other kids, and probably just an escape for a child. And if we completely sort of try imagining like almost like a cloud school kind of an environment, then these are some of the things that also scare me. And I mean, I don't really have the answers to any of these. If any of you want to add onto this, we can talk about it, or we can move to the next question that I have for you.
So I think you're absolutely right, Shikhar. There are examples, and I'd really like to share a few thoughts, not offering a solution, but just share a few learnings and experiences we've had with the schools we were working with. So there are examples on both ends. As you rightly said, that if a girl child is more accessible, education is not a priority. If they're not supposed to go to school, there are a lot of other things they can do and contribute to at home. That's the general understanding. However, what we also could experience during COVID is that children and girls, adult girls who are made to discontinue the school because they have to go and they cannot attend to, let's say, their younger siblings or contribute to work at farm, they had more access to education then, because they could adapt their timings, they could take care of their siblings, and also focus on education. And what we also saw was we worked with communities where the resources were very limited. So we had homes which, almost offered their television so that children can come there and watch. And this is applicable to both girls and boys. But in cases of girls, even if a house has phone, one, it belongs to the father. Two, children can use it only when the father is at home. Three, if you have more than one children, the male child gets priority to use the phone. So what we saw that these girl children, they formed a group of their own, and they almost created a roster planning who will get access to phone at what time. So then they used to come together, have the phone for an hour, and then share it to consume lessons or the modules which are being offered. So I'm saying that there are examples on both the ends. If we can really build on these positive practices where we see these examples, we can offer more to these girl children and more flexibility for them. So that's all I wanted to say.
That's very hopeful, Priyanka. Thanks. Harshali, please tell me if I'm actually going beyond time, and should I start taking questions?
No, we have time. So we'll be taking questions from 1 onwards. We have another 20.
Oh, great. I have a couple of other questions that I wanted to talk to you people about, especially. So for example, Rashi, I wanted to understand from you that, CSF has been observing schools and the changes that have gone through in the last 2 years because of the pandemic. And you've not just been observing for a particular state, but you have your eyes and ears in almost all the states, right? So what are you seeing in different states, and how does that align with the larger vision that CSF has around EdTech in schools?
So, I think the first thing to say is that, the system has demonstrated a lot of commitment, resourcefulness, and a sense of urgency in responding to the ensuing crisis, right? And most states have, instituted some form of digital learning to ensure that student learning can continue at home, right? And I think the main factors that influence the state's decisions in terms of what response they chose were threefold, right? One was connectivity. What is the penetration of technology, both devices and internet, right? Capacity, what is the level of teacher training in using digital learning solutions, right? As well as presence of existing PSUs or PMUs that can support the state in their response, right? And then I think the third was content, right? That the state already have pre-existing repository of vernacular content. How quickly could they make it? So responses were kind of arrived at looking at these three broad buckets, right, by different states, I think. I think the one thing that I think almost all states did, to some extent, to varying degrees, was to create a cascade of WhatsApp groups, right, through the entire state machinery. And kind of use that to transmit information to teachers and then into households, and some went all the way into the students' hands, right?
Right.
In terms of repository and content, of course, Diksha got large tailwinds that again got, kind of nationally got adopted, right? A lot of question. Again, Diksha is sitting on content that, of course, teachers have created from different states in vernacular languages, but also other partners, right? Like TikTok-Learn, Khan Academy, Pratham, Avanti, all of these EdTech supply side solutions, that have built content repositories, started putting that out, right? And then now we're at a different stage where we're seeing emergence of people meaningfully selecting pieces to create high quality and high content packages for impact. But in terms of initial response, it was putting together that content, right? I think, of course, Convergenius is very familiar with, but using WhatsApp-based assessments and bots, right? That essentially, the core idea was that more people were on WhatsApp than on anything else. right? So can we leverage that to connect various stakeholders, parents, children, community folks, and the state system, right, to create something meaningful for the teaching learning experience, right? So whether it's an assessment bot, whether it's remedial content, whether it's activities for parental engagement, right? We've seen partners such as yourself, Convergenius, another one, Rocket Learning, kind of really take the adoption alongside the state support, right, to hit scale, right? But we've also seen, interesting technologies on non-government adoption models, right? Where the philosophy has been, or the hypothesis has been, parental engagement is key. And there is research, right? There's evidence that suggests that if you engage a parent in the child's learning, the impact on student learning outcome is significantly higher.
Right.
There's multiple researchers that speak to that. So how do we really support an overburdened parent, especially due to COVID? And there are some solutions like Top Parent that have emerged in that space, right? There's also community-based models that we've seen integrate tech, such as Sarthi. And what they really do is they create worksheets, which they used to physically send to students' homes before COVID. But since COVID, they send it via WhatsApp, right? Children write it on paper. Then they take a photo and then they send it to a resource person, a community resource person.
Right.
Again, this is a model that relies on community people to drive engagement. But both government as well as kind of B2C and partnership models have taken wind in a post-COVID world, right? And of course, for learners that didn't have access to smartphones, we saw many states such as Himachal, UP, Gujarat, Rajasthan, right, broadcast audiovisual content on television, right? States with hilly terrain, Meghalaya, UP also used radio, right? And in some cases, of course, door-to-door distribution of printed teaching and learning materials. So to answer the first part of your question, right, in terms of what has been the response nationally, it's been high tech, medium tech, low tech, no tech, right? We've seen the entire spectrum, depending on whether there was capacity, right? Whether there was content, and whether there was connectivity, right?
I just have a follow-up question on that, which can be very controversial. So you can choose not to answer that. But I can't stop myself from answering this question. I know the natural response was to actually move to tech, but how many states do you think have actually done it in a meaningful way? Because technology, if not used in a meaningful way, will not make sense to the child or the teacher. You might decide to do it because of XYZ reason, but like for example, Gujarat, right? I mean, Gujarat has done some excellent work. How many such states are there that have actually used technology in a meaningful way and not just done it because we want to jump on the bandwagon? You don't have to take names, but like, just want to understand if technology actually is being used meaningfully.
It is, right, in pockets, right? And I mean, I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that even EdTech supply side organizations have overnight been thrown into this, right? So maybe if you take a step back, right, and you just think about globally and even in India, does evidence exist for technology at home, right? It does. So I'll maybe you're familiar with it, but there was this X Prize challenge that was done a couple of years ago, and it was a $15 million prize challenge sponsored by Elon Musk. And the idea was that, can you provide a tech solution, right? A tablet, phone, something in the hand that a child can hold for young children, right? Who don't have access to any form of schooling, right? Formally or informally, who don't have parents that are literate, right? And are basically children who are left to their own devices. Can you deploy something through a hardware with meaningful software on it? And does that work, right? And so they did, they select, I mean, organizations around the world applied, they selected a short list of solutions that they then deployed in rural Tanzania, right? And they ran this experiment, very rigorous experiment. And at the end of it, I think they realized that children had 60% of children were able to read with meaning post that intervention.
Yeah.
Without any external support.
Yeah.
So there is this core piece of evidence that exists that tells you that at-home learning, in absence of everything else, right? If you put the right software and give a device that works and give some dosage time, right? It works, right? Now, if you just take that idea, but you put it into a system that is reeling with the COVID response, right? Of course, you're going to have solutions that are hitting and missing. Right? So it's going to take some time for everyone to align on what it is that they want tech to be able to do for their system, right? So I think it's a little very premature maybe to comment on how many states have done it, right, in that sense, right? Of course, some states like Gujarat have just like, set the bar, right? But I think others have gotten some things right? So I think, yeah, I mean, I think there is, of course, a long way to go.
If nothing, at least they've been able to get this behavioral change in students and teachers to look at tech and not be afraid of it and actually use it to their advantage, right?
For sure, right? I think additionally, there has been movement in the system to say, let's build the registries, right? I think everyone recognizes that going forward, we're looking at a blended learning world, right? Schools open, schools shut. Schools have, children have massive learning loss, right? What is the role of tech for remediation? What is the role of tech for personalized adaptive learning in pockets again, right? And then the larger question, how do I scale this, right? As a system person, how do I scale this? How do I build teacher capacity? I mean, there are a lot of open questions, but a lot has been discovered in terms of attitudes, like you're saying, towards tech, in terms of physical preparedness for response to tech, right? Like Haryana, for example, has committed to providing devices, right? A lot of states have done that. Haryana is not the only one, but Haryana is the most recent, so it's on my mind, right? So I think states are thinking through access, thinking through intent, and thinking through kind of meaningful adoption of tech, and it's here to stay in some sense.
Great. That is very helpful and very hopeful again. Priyanka, I also wanted to check with you or your understanding, where do you think education, I'm not talking about tech specifically, do you think we're moving ahead in our approach to education because of the pandemic? If yes, how so? What are some of the things that you have observed are happening in schools that excite you about the prospect of school education in India?
Sure. So I think we are certainly moving ahead, and which is a result of, yes, pandemic has accelerated a few parts of it, but it is a joint effect of many things happening at even policy level, at infrastructure level. So yes, we are moving ahead in that sense. What pandemic has accelerated is adoption of technology. I mean, there's no point in saying technology is not useful. As Rashi said, it is an enabler, and there's no point denying that. And as I don't know if it was you or Rashi who mentioned that a lot of what teachers or head teachers or any other actor in the system do, yes, their core role is focused towards teaching and learning. However, they also do a lot of operational and administrative part. There's a lot of administrative and operational part to their roles, which I think has become super easy with technology. So I think that's an immediate effect which you can see as a result of embracing technology. However, there are practices which are emerging, which I think will be beneficial in the longer run. I think I don't want to be a pessimist here, but I somehow feel COVID was a big disruptor, but I don't know. Currently, I don't have the hope or the faith to believe that it is the only disruptor. And the future will be seamless. We've learned with COVID, there will be nothing else. I'm mentally not positioned to think that. So I think what this has enabled us to do is look at solutions which allow us to continue learning independent of physically being in the space where learning happens, which is quote unquote school. So I think that's something which has been enabled, and what that has also led to If you ask me almost 5 years, 10 years ago, when we were using technology and edtech solutions in private schools, a lot of videos and content was very non-Indian, to be very honest to say. The accent being used in the videos, the characters, the examples, everything was quite non-Indian. But I think pandemic also accelerated creating these solutions which are meant for India and Indian context.
Right.
That's one thing which has happened, which will be super useful in the longer run. Of course, you mentioned there's a resource pool which has been created now, and now we have reached to a state where we can think of which is most useful for me at this point in my classroom or teaching. And I think the other word which I must use, because it will make me look smart and informed, is the adaptive approach to learning and assessments. I think that's something which is really useful. I think our classes will always be this mix of children who are falling behind, children who are moving much fast, and not just a single grade, but also multiple grades in the classroom. So multi-level, multi-grade will continue to be a reality for much longer period and time. So I think that's also technology is helping teachers a lot here to address and to cater to the varied needs of children.
Right.
And of course, teachers' role still remains critical, because diagnosing those needs, yes, you can use assessment, tech-based assessment to identify that need, but I think there's still a role which teacher needs to play by pointing where children need to move forward and how they respond. Two children might respond similarly to the same question. However, if you observe them, their behaviors could be still different. So you know which one has answered more confidently than the other. So I think so teacher can move to a more nuanced approach to supporting learning is what I'm trying to say. So I think those are few thoughts I have.
Sure. Just to build on your previous thought, I mean, if nothing, I mean, I know we're all pessimistic sometimes, but if nothing, at least COVID has given us a reality check. That boss, this could be the reality tomorrow as well. You better adapt and sort of, I mean, just take for instance what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, right? I mean, if we were able to deploy a school without walls in Jammu and Kashmir, the children there would not have had to suffer in the past 10, 15, 20 years. मतलब वहाँ पे एक पत्थर भी कोई फेंकता है तो it becomes a problem and the schools immediately shut. I mean, think about what kind of things we could have done there with adopting technology in the right way. So yeah, I completely get it. This just want to also check in with Asif ji about I know you've been working on data systems for a long time, but मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले 2 साल में ऐसा क्या अलग हुआ है in maybe your understanding of how these data systems should be used for education, or maybe, you know, the kind of things that you've seen emerge. So basically what I want to understand is, yes, technology has moved. Some of it is a hit, some of it is a miss. Technology has moved when it comes to education because of the pandemic. The technology adoption has moved. So basically there's been a behavioral shift in teachers and students towards education. Now, one thing that technology is a gateway to a lot of data. So what I would like to understand from you is, how have our understanding around data or data systems changed in the last 2 years? Or has it changed at all? Or is it something that we already had in our mind that this is what data could do and pandemic has not really done anything to change our understanding?
Okay. So, हमारे पास जो है, we are working on a child-wise data since 2012. So, हमारे पास पूरा system है कि जिसमें student wise पूरा डिटेल हम देते हैं. जो एक पार्ट मिसिंग था, सो वो एकेडमिक का पार्ट जो है वो नहीं था हमारे पास. सो मतलब बच्चा का क्या फैमिली बैकग्राउंड है, और जो मतलब गवर्नमेंट के लिए जो चाहिए, जो सब इंफॉर्मेशन की स्कॉलरशिप के लिए, उनका जो बेनिफिट्स के लिए जो चाहिए, और उससे हम ये मेजर करते थे, मतलब ये हम डिराइव करते थे कि कितने बच्चे जो है वो ड्रॉप आउट हो रहे हैं, कौन से बच्चे का नाम के सही है हमारे पास डेटा, सो हम उनको स्कूल में लाते थे। जो कहाँ पे ज्यादा माइग्रेशन हो रहा है, तो वहां पे हम जो है अभी तक जो है हमारा डेटा सेट है, डेटा को दिखा के हम ये बोलते थे कि यहाँ से मतलब प्रिडिक्शन करते हैं कि भाई यहाँ पे ये पर्टिकुलर जो स्टूडेंट्स है वो इस एरिया से सूरत से जाएगा सौराष्ट्र में, डांग का जो है वो सौराष्ट्र में जाएगा, उस तरह से हम प्रिडिक्ट करते थे, और वो डेटा हम सिर्फ देते थे कि इंश्योर हो जाए कि वो बच्चा स्कूल में जा रहा है,
Right.
बट स्कूल में जाके वो क्या करेगा। सो वो हमने ये 2 साल में जो है वो हमने
अच्छा।
काफी अच्छा, मतलब हमारे लिए भी लर्निंग रहा, और स्टेट को भी पूरा बेनिफिट मिला कि भाई सेंट्रली एक सिस्टम है कि जो बच्चों के लर्निंग आउटकम के ऊपर, बच्चों के एकेडमिक के ऊपर, उनके जो प्रोग्रेस है उस पे जो है वो एक पूरा मशीनरीज है कि वो जो को काम जो है वो कर रही है। सो
बेसिकली
ये
पहले हम एक्सेस पे ज्यादा फोकस कर रहे थे,
यस यस
डेटा कलेक्शन फॉर एक्सेसिबिलिटी,
फॉर
और अब
एक्सेसिबिलिटी,
हम लर्निंग पे ज्यादा फोकस कर रहे
लर्निंग
हैं,
क्वालिटी पे जो है वो हम ज्यादा
which
अभी
is
जो
a
है
huge
वो
jump, which is a huge jump,
यस
which takes actually decades. कई बार
यस
पूरा एक दशक लग जाता है ये चेंज होने में,
ये
एंड
कर यस
और ये 2 साल में, which is great.
यस यस यस। और मतलब उससे पहले भी हम जो है वो अटेंडेंस भी हम करते थे कि भाई बच्चा जो है वो रेगुलर आ रहा है कि नहीं, थ्रू थी उसका जो लॉगिन है स्कूल से, हम ये इंश्योर करते हैं कि टीचर और स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो स्कूल में आ रहे हैं कि नहीं, मतलब एक्सेस हो गया उसका, रेगुलरिटी किया। उसके बाद में अभी जो है वो हमने ये उसका जो प्रोग्रेस है एकेडमिक, उस पर हमने फोकस किया। सो जैसे मैंने बताया कि 15 करोड़ जो रिपोर्ट्स कार्ड है वो जनरेट किया, प्लस अलग अलग सिस्टम्स थी जो हमारी कि भाई हर एक के में जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर ही है, तो वो जो अलग अलग सिस्टम जो साइलोज में थी उन सबको हमने एक प्लेटफॉर्म में लाके उससे मीनिंगफुल जो है वो डेटा कि स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो माइग्रेट हो रहा है, सो वो माइग्रेट हो रहा है उसका क्या अटेंडेंस है, अटेंडेंस का जो कंपैरिजन जो है वो हम उसका लर्निंग आउटकम से उसका कितना लर्निंग हो रहा है वो हम यहाँ से अभी कर रहे हैं। हम अभी ड्रॉप आउट प्रिडिक्शन भी इन 2 सालों में हमने वो करना शुरू किया है, जो अभी तक हमारे पास डेटा था। सो मशीन लर्निंग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की हेल्प से वी डेवलप द मॉडल कि भाई ये अगर इस पे हम फोकस नहीं करेंगे तो ये जो स्टूडेंट्स है वो अभी जो ज्यादा चांसेस है कि ये बच्चा ड्रॉप आउट हो जाए। मतलब उस सबसे जो जरूरी जो ये 2 साल में हुआ कि जिसमें शेखर आपने बताया कि डेकेड्स लग जाते, वो काम जो है वो ये सब ठीक है कि ये हुआ, बट जो मेन जो है कि ये जब बच्चा और जब ये क्लास 1 में आता है और 8 है, तो यही मतलब एज है, यही एक टाइम पीरियड है कि जब बच्चा जो है वो अपना क्या उसमें प्रोग्रेस हो सकता है, उसमें क्या पोटेंशियल है वो हम इस टाइम के दौरान ही देख सकते हैं। तो एक बहुत अच्छा सा मॉडल जो है वो यहाँ से हमने कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर से डेवलप करके हम पूरे स्टेट में जो है ये 2 सालों में हमने किया कि बच्चे का अभी हम जो है वो टीचर का भी रेमेडियल का कर रहे हैं कि भाई अगर एक हमने जैसे स्टूडेंट रिपोर्ट कार्ड बना है उसी तरीके से हम अभी जो है इन प्रोसेस में है कि हम टीचर का एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड बनाए कि भाई इस टीचर को उस बच्चों का जो रिजल्ट आया है उसके बेस्ड ऑन हम पूरे टीचर का एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड बनाएंगे, इसको कहाँ कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, इसको कहाँ इस पर्टिकुलर टीचर को कौन से एरियाज है कि जहां पे ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत, जो नीड बेस्ड जो हम जो बात करते हैं कि हम पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट और ये इसमें हम बात करते हैं, बट वी हैव द डेटा इन दिस 2 ईयर कि हम टीचर वाइज जो है वो रिपोर्ट कार्ड बनाए और वो बताए कि भाई ये आपका जो है वो वीक एरिया है, इसको आप थोड़ा सा है डेवलप करेंगे तो आपका जो स्टूडेंट्स का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो ज्यादा इम्प्रूव होगा.
Got
सो इस पे भी हम अभी जो है वो काम कर रहे हैं.
Very, very nice. Very motivating. I think Gujarat has sort of, as Rashi said, is completely changing how technology and data is being used in education at a large scale. That's really commendable. We have some very interesting questions. And I mean, I would like to honor each of them and probably get a response from our panelists here. The first question that I find very interesting, and maybe Priyanka, you should take this, is and Rashi and Asif ji, feel free to jump in or add on to it if you feel like. The first very interesting question is, how important is the role of parents in the world of blended learning? And I would slightly like to tweak this question because I think the answer to that is very, but like, how do you imagine the parents sort of, playing the role in this world of blended learning?
So I'll start with how we really leveraged upon parents and community during COVID, and then possibly answer the question there. So I think COVID has brought the schools and communities more closer, because if we look at remote learning, and especially COVID was a time when we were thrown into a blended learning or a remote learning kind of situation without preparing students with the appropriate skills to adapt to this blended mode of learning. So I think parents and community as a whole played a very important role, wherein they became the interface between school and children. So I think, and we know where the parents understood the importance. I'm not saying we were reaching out to these parents who were not so well educated or knew how to use the phones. But what they could ensure is, if we tell them that this is the time when the broadcast will be made, they made sure that children are at least there sitting in front of the television and consuming the broadcast. I'm not talking about whether learning happened or not, but at least that's the role they can play, that make sure when something is on offer, then children are available to consume that part of it. And then there were other strategies we could use with parents, that if the learning packs are being sent at home, one, how you can nudge children to do it, how they can reach back to parents, teachers and schools to with queries that they have. So I think in that sense, the role of parents is very important. And in the longer term, when we think of blended learning, I think there's a component within blended learning that children will learn on their own. They need to be self-disciplined. They need to be, accessing the content in the right and meaningful way. So parents can almost become eyes and ears for teachers and make sure that children are at least following the instructions, they're finishing those activities. And this, I'm talking about parents who really cannot participate in what children are doing, but make sure that they are completing. And of course, if we talk about set of parents who can also engage more meaningfully, they can contribute much more. So in short, what I will say is that we could have never ignored the roles of parents and community. I think the more successful schools, one of the common theme across those successful schools is that they have a very strong engagement with their parents and community. Parents take pride and ownership in what school is doing. They associate with the vision of the school.
Right.
So in the longer run, it becomes even more important when schools are no more the physical spaces for learning, but
right,
the home also is being acknowledged. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it gets more acknowledgement as a space for learning. So yeah.
Sure. I would just quickly like to add to this. Rashid, you want to go first?
Okay, so you can go first.
Yeah, this is something I very strongly feel, and I've recently, I have a nephew now, and I feel like a parent, a pseudo parent at least. I feel parents have a very, very important role to play. The first and foremost and the most basic thing is to actually provide a good environment to the child. Learning will never happen if the environment of the child is stressful or if the environment of the child is not right. And we sometimes forget that if the child is actually going to spend a lot of time at home in a blended learning model, then the parent, I think it's 100% responsibility of the parents to actually be able to provide that that kind of environment. And I also don't buy the idea that self I don't think blended learning means self-learning will happen for very younger kids, for a majority of younger kids. And parents also have a role to play as catalysts for these students to actually impart those life skills to these kids that they need to actually, be continued, continue to sort of be interested in what they're learning. Otherwise, student, no matter how good a solution you will create, unless it's like a game, I don't even know the new games that are there or not, but like unless it's a Mario or Contra kind of a game, they would not spend hours in playing those or learning from it, right? So parents have a very important role to play there as well. And parents also have a very important role to teach things that are not given in the books. How do you break gender norms? How do you break this patriarchal system in within the household? And some of these important things are to be taught by parents. Nobody else, no book will be able to teach a child how to stand up against patriarchy or gender norms in the household. But the larger looming question is, how do we impart this knowledge to the parents to be able to bring about this, to be able to do this for their children? And yeah, that's still a question in my head. Rashi, please go ahead.
Oh, I think interesting challenges, right? From a parent's perspective, it's extremely hard, right? I mean, the things you're describing, given that you have a full-time job, home
Yeah.
responsibilities, now you have teaching responsibilities because your role is becoming more and more of an instructor at home somewhere, especially for younger children, right? So a lot of empathy for parents, but I think we have to make it easier for them, right? I think that's our responsibility as those outside that are trying to make learning at home happen for the child, right? And I think like just some reflections from what I've seen on the ground, right? I think when COVID hit, parents were refusing to install solutions unless the suggestion came from the teacher.
Right.
So the trust, and Priyanka, I think this builds on what you were saying, right? That good schools have strong relationship with their parents. It's because parents trust that. So first is the image ki phone pe padhai thodi hoti hai. Phone pe to hum, phone karte hai, TV dekhte hai, right? Other things happen, right? Padhai nahi hoti hai. So that shift has happened to a large extent, but a lot still needs to be done, right? But that happens because the trust lies with the teacher, because she's seen as she or he's seen as the person who's responsible for the education of the child. So when teachers started saying कि आप ये download कर लो या फिर आप ये number save कर लो, ये आपको content भेजेगा, बच्चे से करवाइए, that is when parents started saving it. So while we wanted to focus on parental engagement, the teacher is an enabler for even that. We have to keep in mind, right? Otherwise, parents on their own are just not going to be able to engage meaningfully at home.
Yeah.
I think the second thing we see is that there's a social effect, right? Or a network effect that supports parents and keeps the momentum alive for them, right?
Yeah.
So one of the partners that we work with have a WhatsApp group with teachers and parents on them, right? And there's a bot, right? Now the bot is the one that does all the regular heavy lifting, right? In terms of sending content, etc. The teacher will like say a thumbs up, or she'll show claps, and she'll encourage ki I'm watching, ab karo, right? Parents' role in some cases is ki bache se karwa lenge, device dena hai, right? For younger kids in some other types of activity-based learning is to record them while they're doing something, is to help them, for example, measure water, right? Like how much water do you use a day, right? And so some of the more complex things, they have to get a little bit more involved, right? But also the responsibility to create activities where parents are able, to to that
True.
point, right? To what extent
Yeah.
are parents able for younger children to actually,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, so it's to be mindful of these constraints when you even build content for children, right? I mean, I don't think I'm answering, I'm just reflecting on some of the things that, we're seeing, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost thinking that edtech solutions should stop focusing so much on gamification as a way to motivate the child, and probably use almost like teach the parent how to motivate the child in the right way and create like a safe environment for children. Wow, we have a lot of questions. Okay, I will just pick the question that is in front of me right now. I think this is partly answered. The question is, how do you manage students who are unmotivated or off task to use learning platforms, e-learning platforms? Interesting question still. Does any of you want to sort of pick it up? Maybe Rashid, because you've had a lot of experiences with edtech products, do you want to talk about what is it that you've seen in very good edtech products that help them stay motivated and sort of not get or not digress from the learning journeys?
help children stay motivated,
Yeah.
right? Um,
I think that's also an important question for educators everywhere, not just e-learning solutions. I mean, a teacher also faces that, right? I mean, how do we keep students motivated to their learning journeys? More specifically, in e-learning environments wherein there's nobody looking at you, how do you keep the child more motivated?
Yeah, I think it's really about getting somewhere the basics right, right? If you are, and Priyanka's already spoken about this to some extent, right? If you're providing content that is relevant, right? Relevant means that it's relatable, right? I mean, you're not using examples, you're not using names of things that I can't imagine, right? So if you've contextualized the content that you're providing to me as a child, right, that makes sense to my local context, I can follow what you're saying, right? That itself is a large barrier in terms of digital
Sure,
content. We don't
sure,
have that, right? So
sure.
some of the basics in terms of making the content sound and
Hmm.
relevant, right? I think then I know you just said that maybe we should move away from gamification, but it really does help, right? For young children, having whether it's but a responsive system, right? That provides whether it's stars, whether it's claps,
Sure.
whether it's well done, right?
Mhm.
But providing the child a sense that somebody is watching what you're doing, right? And you're not
Right.
doing this in a silo, you're not doing it just for your own good, but somebody cares that you have unlocked this, right?
Mm.
That kind of a framing of that content helps, right?
Mm.
I think the other thing, Shikhar, that we've seen with Convergenius, and I'm sure you can elaborate on this, right, is the consistency and the frequency at which you get something, right? So so for our listeners, right, I think one of the things that Convergenius did was think through at what frequency should we be sending content out to children, right? Should it be once a month? Should it be once a day? Should it be weekly? Should it be every 15 days, right? And ran some experiments to arrive at the fact that weekly was the best time. It gave the child enough time during the week to complete it. So I didn't get demotivated because I was like, oh, I have so much to do. I'm not going to be able to catch up. What's the point?
Right.
But also it wasn't 15 days or something longer where it felt like, oh, what is this? I don't remember, right? So you get that sweet spot using data again to see where is the behavior being built, right? And that consistency, that predictability in a generally otherwise unpredictable world is attractive, right? Something is staying with the child, and that's why you're seeing the kind of engagement that you're seeing, right? Which is right. I think the other thing that works is again the network effect, right? So if I'm on a group and people are watching, and there's not just me, but but there are groups of children, that's working, right? So I think these are some of the things that we're seeing work to drive engagement. But Priyanka would love to hear, even just from a teacher's perspective. I think Shikhar, you also mentioned this, right? Like keeping kids motivated is not always easy.
It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. I just want to correct something that I heard from you, Rashi. I don't think we can move away from gamification because it's important. what I meant to say was that maybe we need to explore other aspects of motivating the child, which is to actually involve the parent into the equation, maybe a little bit more and in a meaningful way. But yeah, Priyanka, over to you.
Thank you. So I think Rashi covered most of the points. And one thing which usually demotivates children in classroom is when they are, and this is about physical classrooms, when they are not able to engage with the content that is being offered to them. That could be for various reasons. That could be a language barrier. That could be because the content of being offered is much above the level they are operating at, or much below the level. So I think that's something which technology allows to manage more efficiently, because
Right.
you know and we've talked about data, how data is useful in that respect. When we know the level or the outcome level the child is operating at, you then offer modules or content to that child which is suited to the level of child. And I think language barriers I think that's a massive possibility I see with
Right.
technology to be able to cater to multiple languages using the same content. So I think that for me is the biggest enabler or biggest trigger factor for children motivation. And then of course, acknowledging the achievements and efforts children are making through stars or the verbal notes which pop up. So I think those help. And of course, cannot leave the role of parent or teachers out of it, that while there's an interactive motivation or prompts being provided for motivation, eventually you need that human touch, to hold on and build that motivation. So that's where the role of teachers and parents also
Also, to be done rightly, I think most parents end up scolding their children because that's the only thing that they have learned from their own experiences.
I just have to say one thing for the role of the parent, which is not related to this question, and I'm sorry, but I really want to say this aloud, is the schools we work with, and possibly this is true for any school, is a lot of passing on the blame happens by the school to parents, that it is because the parents are not so educated, it is because parents don't speak in English, and it is because of whatever parents do. It is reflecting upon the child's progress. And I am not denying all those factors. All I'm saying is that there's enough body of research and evidence to say that yes, these factors make a difference, but the significance of these factors is possibly quite low as compared to the significance of great teaching over learning. So why, and I'm not saying I'm undermining the role of parents, I'm saying use the role of parents rightly, but do not expect them to become teachers per se. They're not replacing teachers, like technology is not replacing teachers. Parents and community cannot replace teachers. Sorry, I just thought I need to say that.
That's very, very, very helpful. Your experience from the ground is actually very, very helpful. आसिफ भाई, अगला सवाल शायद आपके लिए सही रहेगा.
I have one input in this
हाँ जी,
question
हाँ
also.
जी. Yes.
So ये जो है कि अगर ये एक हमने ये देखा है कि अगर स्टूडेंट्स को जिसमें इंटरेस्ट पड़ता है कोई में, तो वो डीपली जो है वो उसमें काफी ड्रिल डाउन करके खुद से जो है वो लर्न करता है. So we initiate one very good app, G-Shala app, which we covered all our subject and all the content 1 to 12, जितना भी सिलेबस है वो हमने इसमें कवर किया. उसके साथ में जो प्रीवियस भी था कि पेरेंट्स पार्टिसिपेशन, पेरेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट, तो काफी एक ऐसा भी है कि लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है कि यहाँ पे सेंट्रली जो टीचर्स है, स्टूडेंट्स है, वो देख सके कि इस बच्चे को पर्टिकुलर किस में इंटरेस्ट है, वो कौन सा ज्यादा जो है वो देख रहा है. और एज अ पेरेंट जब उसके पास, बच्चों के पास मोबाइल होता है, सो वो भी एक देख सकता है कि आज के पूरे दिन में कौन सा जो एक सब्जेक्ट है, कौन सा चैप्टर है, उसमें इसका प्रोग्रेस जो है वो क्या हुआ है. सो G-Shala एक ऐप जो है शिखर, वो हमारे यहाँ पे डेवलप किया है. अभी तक मतलब काफी अच्छा 30 मिलियन जो है उसका डाउनलोड जो है वो है। अभी हम उस पे ये फोकस कर रहे हैं कि कौन सा जो है सबसे अच्छा बच्चों को क्लास 6 में है, क्लास 5 में है, तो उसमें कौन सा अच्छे से ज्यादा वो देख रहे हैं और कौन सा कम देख रहे हैं। जो कम देख रहे हैं उसमें भी हम पॉलिसी बना के ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कि वो तो कुछ कंटेंट में प्रॉब्लम है कि जो हमको रीड डेवलप करके पुश करना है, LMS के थ्रू भी हम ये देखते हैं, हम उसमें क्वेश्चन जो है एग्जाम जो है वो भी अभी जो है इनकॉर्पोरेट जो है वो कर रहे हैं।
वेरी हेल्पफुल।
Yes,
अच्छा जी, दूसरा सवाल भी शायद आप बेहतर आंसर कर पाए। Probably on behalf of the state government of Gujarat, maybe not, maybe just on your own understanding of it. How feasible do you think are pan-India phone donation campaigns to get phones available to underprivileged kids across the country?
yes.
क्या आपको लगता है कि अगर फोन्स बांटे जाए तो शायद बेहतर होगा, बच्चों के लिए पढ़ना आसान होगा पढ़ना?
यस, सो इसमें काफी मतलब जब हम शुरू कर रहे थे, एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था कि डिजिटल जो है वो डिवाइड जो है वो किसी का फील नहीं होना चाहिए। सो काफी अच्छे इनिशिएटिव्स लेके हमने पहले तो सबसे पहले सर्वे किया था कि कौन से बच्चे के पास कौन सा डिवाइस है कि जिसमें हम ये जो अपने जो भी है वो बच्चों को एजुकेशन जो है वो इंश्योर करें। सो इवन स्टूडेंट वाइज जो है वो हमने सर्वे किया था। सो यहाँ पे गुजरात में 59% स्टूडेंट्स के पास जो है वो मतलब ऐसा था कि मोबाइल वो यूज कर सकते थे। बाकी का टीवी था, रेडियो था, वो सब जो था वो था। हमने इसमें काफी मतलब इम्पोर्टेंस सिर्फ मोबाइल देने में हमने नहीं किया है। हमने काफी सारा मतलब ऐसा भी है कि एक पेरेंट से 3 बच्चे हैं, 2 बच्चे हैं, एक ही टाइमिंग हो रहा है, क्या कौन देखेगा वो भी है। सो अगर आप मोबाइल या ये मतलब डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने जाओ, सो इट्स अ लॉट ऑफ मतलब बहुत ज्यादा एक आपका एक्सपेंस होता है। और गवर्नमेंट में वो थोड़ा सा मतलब काफी स्टेट जो है उसको प्रायोरिटी दे रहे हैं, बट हमने उतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं दिया है क्योंकि हमने हर एक स्कूल में टैबलेट दिया हुआ है, उतना तक हमने दिया हुआ है। सो हमने जो इसमें जो फोकस किया है वो टीवी और टेलीविजन और हमारी खुद की जो चैनल्स है उनको हमने ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी दी है कि अगर एक फैमिली में भी टीवी पे ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक्सेस होता है, तो ये हमने किया था। कुछ जगहों पे डोनर्स जो है उन्होंने टीवी जो है वो डोनेट किए हुए। सो उसमें भी हमारा एक हमारे जो सेक्रेटरी सर है डॉक्टर राव सर, उनका हर एक रहता है कि अगर आप कुछ भी करो सो उसमें से जो आपको मिलेगा उससे ज्यादा आप क्या प्रोवाइड करोगे, आप क्या दोगे, उस चीज को फोकस ज्यादा आपसे करना था। सो इसमें भी हमने इंटरेक्टिव पार्ट टीवी में ऐड करना मुश्किल था, बट एक इनिशिएटिव हमने ये लिया था कि जो हमारे जो एपिसोड हमारा फिक्स टाइम टेबल था कि दूरदर्शन और बाइसेक की चैनल जो हमारी खुद की चैनल है, 12th स्टैंडर्ड के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने 12 चैनल जो है वो यहाँ पे डेडिकेटेडली थ्रू एजुकेशन, और इसमें प्रोग्राम भी हमारी ही टीम बनाती है उस तरह से। सो उसमें भी जो स्कूल का टाइम टेबल होता है शिखर, उस तरह से हमारा ये चलता है। उसमें इंटरेक्टिव पार्ट की बच्चा कितना सीखा, सो उसका एक हमने बहुत यहाँ पे कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर में एक सॉल्यूशन लिया था कि जब एपिसोड खत्म होने को है, 2 मिनट या 3 मिनट है, सो जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट है जो उस पर्टिकुलर वो क्लास ले रहे हैं, सो वो एक क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे और उसके लिए क्लास वाइज हमने एक नंबर एलोकेट किया था और जिसका नाम था कि फोन करो और इनाम जीतो। ऐसा कि मतलब आप फोन करो, जवाब आंसर दीजिए और प्राइज लीजिए। सो इसके तहत वो क्वेश्चन पूछता है और पूरा IVRS सिस्टम बनाया था कि जिसमें जो है वो एक ऑप्शनल जो है वो क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे और वो जैसे ही पूछे आंसर देंगे, वो 1 2 3 4 5 वो फोन लगाएंगे, तो सीधा मतलब सब्जेक्ट पूछेगा और स्टैंडर्ड पूछेगा, स्टैंडर्ड और सब्जेक्ट, और उसका सीधा जो है वो आपको आंसर देना है। सो ये वो भी हमारे पास जो है वो करीब 12 लाख के करीब जो है वो हमारे पास फोन आए हुए, काफी हमने किया था। बट एक्चुअली जो मोबाइल और जो टैबलेट का जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, वो हमने इतना सारा उसको प्रायोरिटी जो है वो नहीं दिया है, क्योंकि काफी सारे उसमें चैलेंजेस भी है, गवर्नमेंट के पास भी चैलेंजेस है। आप देके जो इंश्योर नहीं कर पाते हो कि ये जो है वो इसी पे जो है, और जो प्रॉपर जो इसको जो मिलना है वो मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा।
आतिफ जी, एक और सवाल है, ये मतलब लिस्ट में नहीं है, आई जस्ट आउट ऑफ क्यूरियोसिटी। जैसे गुजरात गवर्नमेंट काफी कुछ कर रही है एजुकेशन में, और बहुत ही रेवोल्यूशनरी काम कर रही है, वैसे ही आई थिंक दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट भी काफी कुछ कर रही है, एंड दे आर डूइंग सम एक्सेप्शनल वर्क. These are the two governments that I know are doing exceptional work. Um, are there systems in place? Are there processes in place? Are there just informal ways to sort of, do some bit of cross learning between state governments so that they can adopt each other's successful models, and sort of learn from it, and not sort of reinvent the whole wheel? Are there anything such?
यस
like
यस
that
यस,
in place?
हमारा मतलब काफी टाइम भी इंटरेक्शन भी हुआ है।
अच्छा.
मतलब जो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के जो टीचर हो, दे टेक द ट्रेनिंग इन फॉर अहमदाबाद IIM ओनली। काफी यहाँ से इंटरेक्शन भी हमारा हुआ था। उनकी जो एनर्जाइज जो टेक्स्ट बुक है, वो जो डेवलप है वो यहीं पे डेवलप हुई है NID
नहीं,
में।
मतलब दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट तो एक एग्जांपल है, मैं बस
यस
बोल
यस
रहा था
यस,
कि I'm
बट
sure
आई
a
विल
lot
कम
of
ऑन।
government, हाँ, okay.
सो ये एक मतलब ये है। और बाकी जो भी इंटरेक्शन है, सो गवर्नमेंट जो मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन है, उन्होंने एक बजट और सब स्टेट्स को अलॉट किया है, और बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस एज अ कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर दे हैव टू विजिट और एस्टैब्लिश, अगर वो करना है तो वो कर सकते हैं। तो उसके लिए अभी काफी सारे स्टेट्स जो है, इवन एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री से भी काफी सारी 2 डेलीगेशन आ चुकी है। अभी रिसेंटली महाराष्ट्र हैज विजिटेड, राजस्थान ने विजिट किया, ओडिशा का भी परसों ही यहाँ पे विजिट हुआ था। सो वी मतलब हम कन्वर्जेशन करते हैं, और उसमें जो हमारे एक दूसरे के जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है वो हम शेयर करते हैं। सो वो काम जो है वो अभी शुरू हो चुका है। अभी राजस्थान से मतलब काफी सारे इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं कि कंपोजिट स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट है, उससे हम अभी थोड़ा सा सीख रहे हैं। काफी सारे स्टेट्स जो है कि हमारे जो ये कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर है, जिसमें हम पूरा डेटा ड्रिवन डिसीजन जो है वो हम जो करते हैं वो किस तरह से करते हैं, यहाँ पे जो हमारी टीम है वो क्या क्या काम करती है। तो काफी सारे अभी स्टेट्स जो है वो यहाँ से सीख के जो है वो जा रहे हैं, और एक्चुअली मतलब वो भी है कि हमें भी उससे काफी जो है वो सीखने को जो है वो मिल रहा है।
I think organizations like Convergence is also sort of trying to do that, because we work with multiple state governments, so we end up sharing a lot of ideas and giving a lot of suggestions to the states. But yeah, okay, great. Yeah, Rashi.
Thought on that point, right? I think the India initiative also that the government has launched, right, which is the
India, yes,
National Digital Education Architecture, right? I think is somewhere with this supports what you're suggesting, right? That there should be a way for states to learn from each other and build on assets that have already been built somewhere, right? As opposed to replicating in every state building their own thing, right? So I think, the government has also taken that view somewhere that we build out the pipes, right, across the country, so that data, information, assets that are feasible can move across the country. So, I mean, this will take a while, of course. And,
yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I think with
organizations like CSF and Convergence and Room to Read are there, which have multiple state presence to actually exchange some of these ideas. And actually, so for example, we've been very inspired with Gujarat, and we're sort of pushing for command control centers in several states because it's a great model. So things like that, sure. The other question, which actually, they're very interesting questions. I don't know how much time we have, but how can we train teachers to adapt to new edtech platforms and tools in the market? I think this is something that we can take offline. Just on the topic of schools without walls, does the panel feel that students' enrollments in school will increase due to digital learning opportunities, or will digital online learning cannibalize students from face-to-face learning environments? Wow, this is interesting, with a very interesting choice of words. Would anybody like to answer that?
तो डेफिनेटली जो है वो इसका जो असर है वो हुआ है स्कूलिंग पे, बट काफी सारे अच्छा जो अभी जो चेंज हम जो देख रहे हैं वो ये देख रहे हैं कि हमने काफी प्राइवेट स्कूलों से ज्यादा अच्छा जो इनिशिएटिव जो काम किया। तो अभी के करंट ईयर में शिखर जो है वो 3 लाख एनरोलमेंट जो है वो गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों में बढ़ा है 1 to 8 की। यस, दैट्स द फिगर वी हैव। और स्टूडेंट्स के नाम के साथ मतलब वो प्रीवियसली कौन से स्कूल में था, अभी इस स्कूल में जो हमारा चाइल्ड ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम है, सो उसी से हम डेटा जो है डिराइव। सो 3 लाख स्टूडेंट्स का जो एनरोलमेंट हो गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों में इंक्रीज हुआ है।
There goes the answer to the question. Great.
And
the next question is, yeah.
Sorry, just 2 minutes to add to, yes, I mean, I think the concept of blended learning or schools without wall is not that the schools will stop existing. So schools will always exist. I think it is about finding the right kind of balance.
Right.
While we've been talking about benefits of technology, I think one point I'd like to drop here is this, that we know that there is a great divide between the quality of education being received by children. So I think, and I don't know if this is the right moment to say this or not, but because it was mentioned about if EdTech is going to consume the good work that has happened, I think it is for us to be conscious and work towards interventions which help bridging this divide. Because eventually it is about the population which is most underserved. Bringing those quality interventions and opportunities to them. So creating a sense of equity. I think the access to schools with the universalization to education and RTE, a lot of access issue has been resolved. I mean, we're near 100% enrollment. But I think the focus now needs to move towards the quality being served there, whether it happens through technology or without technology, but how to close that gap using frugal technology in more effective, efficient ways, so that this divide doesn't become deeper or wider, but becomes narrower. And which is about improving life chances of those who are underserved. Sorry, I just thought we need to create.
No, very well said. Yeah, absolutely. I also want to emphasize that, and just being mindful of the fact that school without walls does not just implicitly means that we bring technology into the system. There are so many other things we can do. Technology, yes, can be a medium to sort of help us create a virtual school or like a cloud school, but how about learning from the community? How about sort of preparing children for jobs by actually getting them to work with people from the community? I mean, do the children who want to become engineers, do they really know what an engineer does before they enroll into such courses? Somebody wanting to become a doctor, do they really know what a doctor does, or what kind of a lifestyle does a doctor have? So I just want to say that school without walls does not really does not implicitly means that technology is the other thing that we're bringing into the system. The idea is to actually sort of provide a more holistic solution, which involves community-based learning, which involves exposure-based learning, which involves everything else that can be imagined. And basically the idea is to reimagine and not restrict school to a physical space that we think children will come to and learn from. With that, I think there is another interesting question. There's one question that says, how can we utilize data analytics and models to improve learning outcomes of students? I think there are many interesting ways to do that, but I think also this question probably can be answered offline. Whoever has sort of asked this question, maybe you can write to the four of us and probably we can give you more inputs on that. I want to direct our attention to another question, which is very potent and very relevant, which says that how can we ensure that students learn social skills in a digital learning environment? Does anybody want to share their thoughts about this?
So I think I can have a go. I'm a big proponent of developing social skills and the other essential skills for learning with children. So I think it again comes back to this idea of by school without walls, we are not saying that we move only to online medium of instruction.
Yeah.
And also, Shikhar, you touched upon the relevance in terms of age at which the solutions are offered. While we know that young children that they adapt very easily and quickly, but I think more than the content per se, there are other skills which need to be developed in these children, which are the social skills and also the other essential skills for learning. For example, to be able to listen, to be able to converse, to be able to ask questions, to be able to work with others, and have that experience. How do you share and collaborate more in a physical space? And then possibly transfer these skills to an online medium or any other medium per se. Once you've embedded these skills in children, then they can transfer these skills to any context you put these children in. So I think that's the point to be remembered here. We're not trying to replace some of the essential skills which are more humane in nature, which use this human interaction to learn and build. I think they will always require an element of interaction. But I think where we are moving towards, we will also need to prioritize these skills in terms of, if we know blended learning will be a long-term reality and maybe the tech portion in it will gradually increase. So then during the foundational years, what are the skills we focus more upon in children? How are we preparing them for consuming learning through a blended mode? How are we preparing them to collaborate using digital platforms? And NEP itself talks about digital pedagogy. So I know there will be a lot which will be explored within that. So I think those are the things to think about. I am, at least my experience and age does not make me believe or imagine that we can develop social skills purely through digital mediums.
Absolutely. Great. That is very well said. Asif bhai wanted.
Yes, Shikhar, one best practice जो है वो सिर्फ आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा कि एक सौराष्ट्र का डिस्ट्रिक्ट है अमरेली, इंटीरियर ब्लॉक है राजूला. सो वहाँ पे काफी अच्छा जो ये सोशल और जो ये वैल्यूज के लिए जो हुआ था. सो एवरी डे वहाँ पे जो ब्लॉक के जो हमारे कोऑर्डिनेटर थे, वो सब स्कूलों का जो प्रेयर का टाइम था वो एक साथ में प्रेयर, उसके बाद में वंदे मातरम या नेशनल एंथम जो है वो गाते थे. सो वहाँ पे काफी सारा ऐसा मतलब पूरा एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट हुआ कि जब प्रेयर का टाइम जब होता था तो पूरी फैमिली जो है वो एक साथ में आके जो है वो उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन करते थे. सो अभी जब ये जो 6 और 7 और 8 के बच्चे जो है वो स्कूल में आ रहे हैं, सो फैमिली आर मिसिंग ये जो एलिमेंट है वो कि भाई ये जो काफी अच्छा जो एक्टिविटी एक हो रहा था वो अभी हमारे बच्चों को और हमको मतलब पूरा सोशलाइज करके एक साथ में लाके जो है वो इस टाइम पे कहाँ पे भी हो, इस टाइम पे पूरी फैमिली जो है वो एक साथ में होके ये जो पार्ट था उसमें सब पार्टिसिपेशन होते. तो काफी अच्छा न्यूज़पेपर में भी आया था, काफी अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर जो है वो क्रिएट हुआ. मतलब नवरात्रि सेलिब्रेशन, ड्राइंग सेलिब्रेशन और ये सब का भी जो है बहुत अच्छा सा ऑनलाइन जो अभी जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स और वो जो है व्हाट्सएप उसमें यूज करके ये हमारे टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स ने किया था. यस,
Sure. I'm just mindful of time. Harshali, we have till 1:30, right?
Yes, we would need to wrap up in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, all right. So I think there are some other great questions which we will probably not be able to take right now, but we would probably, I mean, I would be happy to sort of answer some of those questions over an email or conversation. So, I mean, let me know if you're okay, if we can provide, almost create like an email group wherein we can sort of also get people to ask some of these questions for a later discussion. One question I would still like to sort of just very quickly cover is the online classes require students to be active learners, and also it may lead to a sense of isolation to our weaker students, especially in rural areas. I think this question is very important. A lot of us have seen weaker students struggle with in the classroom only. I mean, it will be probably difficult for them. I mean, they're not even weaker students actually. Probably that's the wrong word to use, but um, probably they're at a different stage in their learning process. And how do we really pull them up in an online solution? How do we make sure that the environment is conducive to their learning? One thing that definitely comes to my mind is that a lot of students actually fall behind because of the pressure of moving at the same space, same pace with the rest of the classroom. And online learning is definitely one solution that will make them feel more comfortable around moving at their own pace. But even after that, I'm assuming that there would be a good chunk of students who would not be able to cope up with the learning, online learning thing. So how do we imagine this situation being solved in the school without walls concept?
I think maybe I'll just start, and then Priyanka and Ashish, please add. But I think adaptive technologies, right, has a lot of potential here, right? Because it's not only about at my pace looking at content, but if you're working with a app or a technology or an interface that is able to diagnose where my struggle is, right? Is it that I can't do a two-digit multiplication because I don't understand the concept of zero, or
Yeah.
because I don't understand the concept of a number line,
Mhm.
right? And then be able to give me the correct remedial support or the correct
Right.
content that I need, right? Then you're actually teaching me at the level that I need or I'm at, right?
Right.
And that can be world changing, especially for our classrooms where there's multi-grade, multi-level, and children do fall behind, right? As a result of kind of other constraints. So I think personalized adaptive learning solutions in the tech domain have shown a lot of evidence and potential both in India and outside, right? And I think we need to continue to understand what works, especially for younger children, right? I think just the other thought I'll add to this, and this is something that CSF is also is at the heart of the work that we're doing at CSF, right? Is foundational literacy and numeracy.
Yeah.
Till age till age 8, right?
Hmm.
Children are learning to read, but very soon after that, you start reading to learn, right? If by that age I have not managed to learn how to read, I'm getting left behind all the time,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So catching them early, right? Both in offline and online spaces, and then in online spaces, focusing on technologies that are diagnostic and predictive in nature to provide the right support, and thinking about your foundational literacy and numeracy skills so that you are set up for success, right? So that you can catch up on your own in the future, I think are two powerful thoughts that can help a child not get behind to begin with.
Got it. Very helpful. Just being mindful of the time, I think Harshali is staring at me right now. Uh, I just want to thank all of you. I think it was a beautiful discussion. We have some more questions, but these conversations can go on and on and on. So I would just like to thank you for joining this conversation, and it was really, really helpful to understand. And we'll continue to have more such conversations with key players in the edtech industry, just for our own learning. I would also like to thank the team who has organized this, Harshali and Rahul and everybody else, Kathy and everybody else who's put together a beautiful event. Thank you so much, guys. It was really nice talking to all of you. Over to you, Harshali.
Thank you, Shikhar. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It was a wonderful discussion. So now I would request everyone to break for lunch. We shall resume at 2 p.m. in half an hour with the next panel. Please be here. We would like to be on time. Thank you so much. Thank you for making.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
थैंक यू
everyone.
थैंक यू राशि, थैंक यू प्रियंका, थैंक यू शिखर.
Thanks, everyone.
हमको भी काफी अच्छा सीखने को मिला. आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम वी लर्न सो मच. सो थैंक यू स्पेशली राशि, यू पॉइंट अ वेरी स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट की जहाँ पे हमें काफी जरूरत है. प्रियंका थैंक्स, एंड थैंक यू शिखर फॉर गिविंग दिस
Thank you.
अपॉर्चुनिटी. थैंक यू.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Team Convergenius.
Thank
And
you.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining again. So now we'll begin with the second panel of the day of this 2 days seminar. For the new panelist, I'm Harshali Dalal. I'll be your coordinator. So here we'll be discussing now about desks to desktops. Being moderated by Ms. Sunaina Mathur, Senior Associate Consultant, GDI Partners. GDI is a social impact consulting startup dedicated to building an equitable and inclusive world by working with governments and private entities at scale. Sunaina brings experience of having worked on policy research and implementation in sectors like education and livelihoods, among many others. She has worked on the education policy research and advocacy at the CES, that is the Center for Civil Society. Sunaina also worked with the Chief Minister's Office in Haryana on implementing multiple programs, including the state's flagship program to improve learning level outcomes among students. Over to you, Sunaina.
Thanks a lot, Harshali, and a very warm welcome to all the attendees and all our esteemed panelists. I'll take 2 minutes to introduce our panelists so that the audience gets to know the panelists a little better. So I'll start with Dr. Jayashree Mathur. She is MSc in Physics from University of Rajasthan, post which she completed her PhD in Studies and Characterization of Nanostructured Thin Films in 2014. She's also done her MEd in 2015 and has taught in Jawahar Navod Vidyalaya from 2008 to 2017. She joined the Department of Education in Rajasthan in 2017 and has been working as the assistant professor in RSCRT Udaipur since 2020. She's part of the Education Technology division within the RSCRT. She is part of the state research group of science in the state and has trained many science teachers through activity-based learnings. And she's currently working in education research, preparing YouTube videos and e-content for Shiksha Darshan to help students study in the field of science, and has made a lot of difference during COVID when students are actually studying online. So a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And then we have with us Monal Jairam, who's the co-founder and director of Kaivalya Education Foundation. She's a curriculum and teacher professional development expert for 21st century skills and works with teachers on skills for innovative pedagogies for digital learning, social, emotional, and ethical learning, PISA skills, arts and sports learning, and just a long list of things. She's on several national and international committees which focus on developing qualitative pedagogical curriculum and examination patterns for holistic development. She leads partnerships with Harvard Graduate School of Education, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, New York University, among others. She brings in over 28 years of expertise and experience, and she's really committed to making learning deeper and more meaningful for children. And she is a very frequent contributor to several international publications. So very warm welcome to you too, Monal. And I have worked with Monal personally, so I can also vouch for all the great things that Monal has been a part of. Coming to Amrita Sengupta, ma'am, she's an education specialist at UNICEF currently. She has over 20 years of experience in the education sector in India and in Asia as part of multiple international organizations. Her expertise lies in early grade with focus on early childhood care and education and foundational learning with a special focus on equity. She's made major contribution in education research and policy advocacy on bridging learning deficit, second decade of education and governance of education. So a very warm welcome to you too, Amrita ma'am. It's very, very great to be in the midst of such experienced and seasoned professionals. So without further ado, I think I'll give a very brief introduction to the topic at hand today, and then I'll hand over to the experts to share their opinion. So as Harshali mentioned, today's topic is from desk to desktops, understanding the importance of infrastructure in teachers' development. We'll be largely focusing on how access, skills, etc. play a very important role in the teacher's development, and obviously how that influences the child's learning moving ahead, right? And this is especially important if we consider the last year and a half, 2 years, where the teachers have had to really stretch themselves when it comes to engaging with students digitally and imparting digital education to students. All this considering that not very long ago, digital infrastructure, digital education for many people meant only desktops or PCs or computer labs in schools. But now this definition has expanded to a range of things, including televisions, radios, WhatsApp, YouTube videos, and just so many other innovations that we're seeing across the country. So I would like to now hand over to the panelists to share their experience about what digital education and development of teachers look like before COVID, how it has changed during COVID, and how they see it in the future. So I think we can start with Amrita ma'am, and then we can hand over to the panelists. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Sonala. I think as you have rightly said, that the post-COVID has looked into the entire low-tech and high-tech ways of reaching to teachers, reaching to children, and reaching to various kind of stakeholders. In terms of, if you also look into the blended learning in terms of teacher professional development, which has been trying in various countries, even in our countries, and especially as one of the non-negotiable for 21st century skills. Of course, it has various kinds of benefits, but we also have seen that the translating to regular classroom and the translating to, addressing the classroom challenges through the open source training or the other training has not been happened on a scale. I mean, there are, of course, cases where there are good practices are there, but it's not like something happened on the scale that teachers have really used blended learning in the classroom. In terms of post-COVID, I think the whole low-tech and high-tech has come, starting from digital, TV, radio, as you rightly said, WhatsApp, and various kinds of methods. And many states have tried it. And not only many states, many countries have tried it. And radio, TV. So, but and it has reached a large number of children. It has also reached some areas where maybe digital is an access, where TV may be a better way of reaching. Like as UNICEF, we have done a lot of work with community radios, where specific groups where like a tribal community or disadvantaged communities, where there are community radio services, where things have reached through this medium also. But I think there are a couple of things we need to look into and looking into the experience, because we know that this blended learning is going to continue. We also know that things needs to be improved in order to look into the access and many more things. One is that when we say access, it's just not the access of the devices, whether a child or teacher has access to the machine or TV or radio. It's also the content, it's also the contextualization. It also talks about, suddenly the brain architecture is kind of shifting from classroom to learning or something, any kind of digital form it is. And in terms of neuroscience, what does it say? How children learn out of it? So I think those kind of discourse and those kind of research and more work needs to be done. And I'm sure many organizations are joining hands and working in this area. Another area is also important to look into, that even we are sending a lot of materials through digital, like a WhatsApp with radios and TVs and all. What kind of a synchronization is happening? I mean, how you ensure that learning is happening? I mean, just sending materials and right kind of materials in which how this learning is being consolidated, how and what kind of an interface with teachers one has. I think these kind of things, and this has really brought all of us in a real challenge during pandemic. And there are various good practices, various states and internationally they have done. So quickly to kind of conclude what I see, I think it's also important to look into not the device, also look into the content, conceptualization, look into the equity, look into inclusiveness, language like suppose various states have huge tribal population. It all happened in state languages. So how children from tribal background, other language would benefit out of it. Second is how this can be well interfaced or integrated with a classroom situation, what kind of a connection or interaction it has with teachers or a regular classroom. And of course, it's also important to see what is the norms and standards of these kind of entire strategies and content, and like whether a particular thing, it's a YouTube video would be more ideal, or there would be a different ways of content would be ideal. I think norms and standards is also very important to have it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And you raised a very good point about access not being limited to the medium of access, but also the content that is going into it and how it is contextualized. So on that note, I would like to invite Jayashree ma'am to share. She's been a teacher. She's also working with the department now, and she's been very instrumental in creating content in terms of videos for the Shiksha Darshan platform, which is used by Rajasthan State during COVID. So, ma'am, I want to understand from you, as a teacher also and as a part of the department also, how equipped do you think the teachers were, and how accessible or how easily available is the content and the kind of support that they're getting now from the department when it comes to bridging not just the medium gap, but also the content
gap? Let me come to the point that when we are talking about desk to desktop, definitely this point strikes to the thing that there is a great shift in the education technology as we are moving from traditional classroom to a blended learning. Now, as we are working in a state for spreading the content for in the form of digital to the students, let us first understand that what are the digital infrastructures that are used by our teachers to disseminate the content. Definitely, there is a need of gadget like smartphone or laptop or desktop or a tablet. Having the gadget, should be the access of internet connectivity. As when we talk about Rajasthan, there are a lot of geographical variations in Rajasthan. There are many hilly parts where network connectivity is less, and there are some parts where network connectivity is okay, but students are not so acceptable that they should have that internet connectivity or they should have a proper data. Though we have gadgets, we have internet connectivity, then what are the different apps required for the teacher to disseminate the content? So what are the different apps that should be used by the teacher and the different softwares by which a teacher can prepare the e-content? So the knowledge of the software to the teacher is also essential. And also that there are different types of portals to be used by the teacher for just to enroll the students. Like in Rajasthan, we have Shala Darpan. It is an integrated MIS portal at which even the teacher is also registered, and every portfolio of the teacher is also given there, and unique ID is given to the student. So a proper tracking of the student can be done using Shala Darpan. all the results, assessments are also registered on Shala Darpan. Attendance is also registered. Even if the teacher has to take a leave, he has to register through Shala Darpan. So everything is going online at the part of administration in the schools. And not the least, but it is important that operational security is must for the teachers to be, they should be aware about the cyber safety and security, and they have to disseminate this thing in students also. Now, when we have prepared the content and how this content is reaching to the students, we have a Diksha platform. This is a digital infrastructure for knowledge and sharing. And this is the digital infrastructure for school education throughout the nation. For every state, we have given a Diksha platform by MOE so that we can provide our content on Diksha platform in the form of local languages of each state, so that it can be proper accessible to the students. And like if you talk about in the nation, we have SWAM platform, which is itself is a learning platform even for teachers as well as for students. We have National Repository of Open Educational Resources, where a lot of e-content in the form of video, audio is available there. And when we talk about the activity-based learning, there are a lot of virtual labs available in which if we do not have the equipment, access to the equipment in the classroom, then also a teacher can show the activities using those virtual labs. And also we have MOOCs, that massive open online courses, for which teacher can update himself to the new courses which are given for the development of the teacher. Now, first of all, the thing is there to understand that what is the need of teachers' development. Definitely the aim is our students. So if teacher, we provide the development to the teacher, then definitely it will give a better learning outcomes for our students. Definitely teacher will find new ways to teach in the classroom, and they develop their teaching skills and they gain knowledge, so that we know that learning is a continuous process, and each teacher wants to learn regularly, then only he can update his students. So teacher wants to pursue their education using different online platforms are available till now. So when we implement the capacity building programs for teachers, it has an advantage both for teachers and students. It helps teachers to become a better educator and grow into qualified future administration. Ultimately, professional development for teachers helps them to overcome all the significant obstacles which he or she faces in the classroom, and it is an ideal way to build a classroom dream. If we talk about in the field of Rajasthan, we have during this pandemic, we have provided though before this pandemic, we have ready-made and prepared content available on Diksha platform, but teachers were very they were in a comfortable zone of their traditional way of teaching. But this 2 years of pandemic have pushed our teachers to the online mode, and they are very comfortable to use all these digital infrastructures to help their students. Now, I have seen many teachers are preparing their own content. They are preparing their YouTube videos and they are sending to their students using the WhatsApp group which are made in the schools. And they know that what is the need of their student, how their students will understand that content. So using their own local language, they are making their own YouTube videos, they are making the PDFs notes for their students, and they are sending to them. Even if the student do not have access of internet, they are providing the Xerox copies to the students. As in Rajasthan, we have made some responsibilities for the teachers that they have to go door to door of the student in a week. They have to provide the content which has to be taught during that time period, and then they have to collect that homework. either the student will send it online. If a student is not able to send it online, then a day is given that if a student can come to the school and he can submit his homework or worksheets to the teacher. And if the student is not in the form to come to the school, then it is the responsibility of the teacher to go once at home of the student and to collect that worksheets. So it is a nice initiative taken by the government during this pandemic time. And though the students are also eager to complete their work in time, and they are submitting to the teachers, because as during this time we have seen that board examinations were also not there. So and on the process of their continuous assessment and the work or project works which the students have submitted during the time, according to that, assessment and evaluation has been done this year. So teachers and students both are aware about this, and they are continuously giving their work regularly to the teachers, and continuous learning is going on. And teachers are using various hands-on on various portals and apps, and they are using frequently. Okay, so Nana, it's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jayashree ma'am. I would also like to hear from Monal. What has been your experience since Cavalier Foundation works across the country in many states, right? And how has this shift been across the country, especially for teachers, right? Because it's a very, as Jayashree ma'am also pointed out, traditional ways we've moved really far from the traditional methods, and there's a lot of initiative teachers are taking. So just want to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sunaina, and thank you, Amrita ji and Jayashree ji. Actually, Sunaina, for me, this actually falls into a kind of three categories about how teacher is managing the new normal. One is to be able to use the newer medium to conduct her class, which she used to do, you know, in person in pre-COVID times, right? I mean, to be able to do it in a different way. And it means a lot of other things like, you know, suddenly the child's background also changed because he's not coming to the classroom, and the teacher's background also changed because she's not going to the classroom. So she's also sitting at home and doing it. So a lot of all that change that has happened. The second is to be able to use the newer mediums itself, like what Jayashree ji was mentioning, you know, instead of textbook, using TV, using WhatsApp, using radio, all of that. And how do I figure out when do I use, you know, instead of doing just, so in a traditional classroom, what would have happened is, reading out the textbook or using the chapter on the blackboard. Here, how much of that I can avoid and how much of, you know, newer medium can be used. I think I've seen that also. I mean, that that shift also started happening. The third is for the teacher to actually be able to manage her new classroom in terms of the classroom management issue only. And I've seen a lot of, you know, I've heard actually a lot of teachers say that, "Arey, mujhe pata nahi chalta hai ki my students are attending or not. Are they, you know, sleeping off? Are they actually listening?" So I know that a lot of the, at least with the government teachers, I know that there was this thing that, you know, आप भी अपना video on रखो and tell the students also to keep their videos on so that you can keep an eye ki, you know, the children are attending or not. So a lot of all that has also happened. But I think net what I have seen, especially in Rajasthan, but also in other states, is that while we may feel that there is a it's a long way to go still, but there's a lot which has moved, which probably for 50-60 years, you know, a lot of us professionals in education may have been, you know, struggling to move in the way the classroom runs, which suddenly had to change because COVID made it that way, right? So I see a kind of a positive also over here. And I see that people have made serious efforts in terms of either attempting the digital way of learning, or when that has, or because infrastructure has not supported in some areas, like Jayashree ji was telling that, there are areas where connectivity is not there. Then teachers actually making efforts where, they would, I remember a case where, one of the teachers was telling, and it has probably come in the Rajasthan Times news also, that, they reach the place where they collect the students on camel carts. I mean, they use camel carts to reach the place and collect the students, and then do something about it. So I think net, I think we've done a lot of beautiful effort, and we should, take this opportunity to also kind of express the gratitude to everyone who has made these efforts. Yeah.
Thank you, Monal. So I think all of us have stressed about how teachers have had to move, right? And teachers have risen up to the occasion. They've made a lot of efforts. Governments are also making a lot of efforts. So Jayashree ma'am, I want to understand from you, since you are a subject teacher, you've been a science teacher and you're supporting teachers in science, and computer related skills before COVID were always considered for a very specific group of teachers, a very specific section of teachers, and not all subject teachers are probably being trained in those skills. So what has been your experience as a subject teacher? Do you think they get enough support when it comes to learning digital skills?
Yeah, definitely. Subject teachers got the benefit for over this, because being the science teacher or the mathematics teachers, many of the teachers were good at computer skills, and they have utilized this opportunity in a positive manner. And definitely they have increased their knowledge in the subject area, as well as they become more techno-friendly. But though they used all these digital technologies for the benefit of their students, they improved the student outcomes definitely, and they include new technology in their teaching pedagogy. But the teachers or the colleagues which were there in the schools, and those who were not techno-friendly, those teachers helped their colleagues also in that time, and they taught them and they helped them to how to use these digital infrastructures to help their students. Like, first of all, many of the teachers even don't know how to make the WhatsApp groups. So some of the teachers which were in the schools of science or mathematics, we can say some of the smart teachers help their other teachers in the school, and we can say they have disseminated the digital literacy with their friends also. Not even the government schools, but private schools teachers have taken a great initiative during this time. And definitely this pandemic has become a boon for the teachers, that in a very fast manner, they shifted to the education technology. As many of the teachers learned how to create the Zoom link account, and how to create the Google Meet account, and to take the live classes for their students. And even if the students are not able to attend the live sessions, they have taken the initiative that they have recorded the classes, and they have sent the videos to the students, and asked the parents that when you are at the home or when you are in the network, please download these videos or please download these PDFs and make your child to prepare the notes for the subject at a given time period. And the teachers used to call the parents that whether your child has completed this chapter, please ask and report to us. So in this manner, teacher has played a great role during this time. And though they were not so comfortable with all these things, but they have accepted these things. And even if you will go to the school of a remote area, there also you will see a drastic change in the behavior of the teachers using these techniques.
Great. So I think all of us agree that the teachers have made great strides when it comes to educating themselves, their colleagues, when it comes to digital learning. And as they say, when life gives you lemon, you make lemonade, right? So Amrita ji, I want to understand from you, since there's so much progress that has been made, right? Education technology is probably one field that has really progressed, and we may not have seen so much change in 2 years if it was not for the pandemic, right? As somebody who's worked across countries, how do you think the policies, the governance structures can better support continuation of these digital initiatives, these new learnings that teachers have gained, departments have gained? How can that be continued?
One thing I totally agree with my co-panelist that during pandemic, teachers have really worked hard, and it has been initial phase has been a challenge for many teachers, but they really worked very hard and picked up new skills. Of course, there is a difference between teachers of private international schools and government teachers, but even in the government setup, teachers have really worked hard to pick this up. I think, as I said earlier also, that I would say this whole shift which has happened in last 2 years or 1.5 years, this shift has been on the card for a couple of years now. I mean, of course, pandemic forced people to make this shift faster. And looking at the national education policy, there has been a great deal of looking into the technology, teacher professional development, looking into the overall, the entire digital space. So I'm sure in terms of how we see the teacher professional development, as Jayashree has rightly mentioned, various platforms like Diksha, like SAM, Provide, various kind of platforms now Government of India has, or different states like Rajasthan has done incredible work in last 1.5 years looking into various teachers training, professional development of teachers training in various modes. Either it's webinar or it's Diksha or it's YouTube, I mean, various modes. So this would be every state national level, and then NDR is coming on the card for the national education policy. The whole foundation literacy numeracy is also coming. So I think there would be I'm sure a great deal. There are organizations like your organization who have been working on digital education. There are many private players who have been working. So there are more people to join hands in this. But I think I would also emphasize, which I mentioned in my last, when I was talking earlier, is that device is very important. I agree that access to device is critical, but we also need to see that who are our children. And so the content, the contextualization, the language, the reach, how they understand, how they are unpacking, I think those are very important. And this is one experience we have, that the content also change the kind of device you are using. So this is something we like, as UN, we have a big learning management system called UniLearn, and we do a lot of teachers training through UniLearn, and we have seen that when a teacher accesses through laptop or through phones and different kinds, so it also changes. So I think all these very finer nuances and planning is important for us, for any state to have, in terms of also looking into that what kind of a balance we do. I mean, there would be some major focus on online and digital training, but there are lot of scope required for face-to-face training too. So what kind of a mixture of blended training can happen? I think that is another way any organization or state should think of. Like just giving an example, which we kind of one of the teachers training and struggling a lot while designing. Like even you have a fantastic package which you are able to, and teachers have access to devices, able to manage transact that training. But if teachers are facing a multi-grade, multi-level situation, how you will translate your learning in a multi-grade, multi-level situation where there is a huge deal of issue with a language, home language versus school language. So I think there are, apart from the online digital teacher professional development, there is also some scope of face-to-face discussion. There are classroom problems, which may be in at least in such a large scale LMS, always not possible to answer in a large scale. I mean, in a smaller group might be possible. So it should also have a mixture of blended, but I think it's very welcoming the way there are various efforts being made. And we also get very encouraged to see how teachers are kind of being adopted and transacting. Lastly, also, I would just say that in the whole spectrum, when children are learning, how you translate, and if with children there is some bit of low-take, high-take combinations are, transacted. So how you communicate with parents and what kind of a support you require to parents. So I think that answer is also not very clear yet, because parents can't do teachers' work. So, and especially in government schools where children are coming from a more disadvantaged background. So what kind of expectation we have, what we are helping parents to understand and support, these are also, I think, it's an important area too. We are all learning in the process. So I'm sure this would be, all answers would be there. And also I seriously hope there are a lot of R&D and research happening, because that's very, very critical. This is a new area we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita ji. And I really liked one point that you made, like across multiple things, but how multi-stakeholder responsibility is very important, whether it's parents, whether it's organizations like ours that are coming in, etc. But how do all of us sustain? I think that is very important aspect of it. So thank you so much for that. So we've spoken a lot about the things that teachers have done, right? They've made videos, they've gone to houses, etc. But in terms of the skills that they're actually getting as formal trainings, right? Because as Jayashree ma'am said, that at the end of the day, it's the teacher who's engaging with the child, transferring or delivering that kind of knowledge. But where do the teachers get those skills from? What about their own professional development? And we know multiple courses, Diksha, Nishtha, and all these things. Teachers are regularly participating in this. But Monal, I want to understand from you, since you have good experience when it comes to pedagogy and curriculum. Do you think that things that teachers have been learning for so many years over these platforms, have these trainings really equipped teachers? And what has been the learning in the last 1 or 2 years? Obviously, as Amrita ji said, a lot of R&D still to do to actually get to the right answer. But which direction do you see teacher trainings moving specifically?
So this is going to be a slightly long answer actually, because, being a teacher trainer, I'm like full of it. But I think, Sunaina, the way I see it is that, I also want to see this, the last 2 years in context of what used to happen in the previous years in terms of the teacher training. And for years, I think a lot of us all, I'm sure Jayashree ji will also be agreeing with this, but a lot of us all have made efforts to, move training from only only subject specific training to, many other competencies and skills specific training. But, and we have seen, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes teachers have a lot of, other work, therefore they cannot reach the training. Sometimes you have to cut short because there are other training requirements that come up. So there is always this, struggle around that. And I think I'm going to also respond from that context, that what used to happen till now and what I see again as good news or not so good news both. When we are talking about teacher development now. So I want to kind of mention that recently, along with RSCRT, we had actually conducted a teacher need analysis. And one of the competencies that we were testing was on digital abilities. And the response made it very clear that we, in the last 2 years, we've done some things, but some things are yet to be, done. So we are at that, transition phase. And then, we were all discussing about how do we, go ahead from this. So I want to put that as a context too, and then respond, So I think what we have, what the good news is that we have moved away significantly from, the typical in-person 3-day, 4-day, 5-day long processes. In the past, we had to do that because that was the way we knew how to do, right? But I think the good part is about about what pandemic has pushed us into is that because we can't meet in person, we have to do it in spurts. We have to do it in quick learning modules. We have to do it in even if we are doing a whole day. Whole day is not even supported, but we do it for 4 hours or 2 hours or depending on what the module is. So how do you deliver? How many number of hours do you deliver the content? That has changed from how many days do you deliver the content. So I think that is a big shift. How do you deliver it in terms of, does it become a long drawn discussion on, teaching kaise karte hai ya maths kaise karte hai ya things like that? Or does it become like a very quick learning required on the spot for changing tomorrow's practice of the teachers? So I think that has also seen a big shift. And I also want to give an example of Nishtha here, that Nishtha itself, Nishtha 1 was a lot of content around subject and academics. And Nishtha 2 and 3 is a lot of focus on additional, digital type learning processes that are required. It is much more compact in terms of the way the module is delivered, things like that. I want to also share an example of something that, again, we ran with RSCRT and our Rajasthan government last year with just 80,000 teachers, which is known as E-Gyan Dhara. And, again, similar thing, 24 hours content, very compactly delivered for changing tomorrow's practice. I think we have also moved away from trainer-specific training to self-learning, supporting self-learning. And how does that happen? I think between Diksha and other portals that are available, what is happening is that the workshop or the training is delivered for a certain number of hours, and then there is a lot which is provided also on the courses via Diksha. So what happens is that the teacher can, while doing something else also, teacher can also do this course. She can also focus on it when she is able to and at her pace, instead of, sitting in one lecture hall where everything comes down on her. So that has changed. And so a lot of self-learning, or at least supporting and encouraging self-learning, has happened. I think we've also moved away from trainer deciding what to give to teacher deciding, or rather the learner deciding what to receive, because she can choose, मैं ये module कर लूंगी, मैं ये module अभी करूंगी, मैं ये module बाद में करूंगी. She can choose that way, right? I want to give an example again of eGyan-Dhara, where I think one of the things that beautifully worked, and I'm thinking that maybe, that's the way to go, is that so every state, and particularly in Rajasthan, there are people who are the RPs, who are part of the teacher and BEO and DEO, set of people, but they are part of the RPs and they are responsible for the training of the teachers. And in eGyan-Dhara, what we did was that we actually built, we actually trained on a lot of what we call as digital learning skills. What Jayashree ma'am was also, speaking about, YouTube कैसे use करना है, Powtoon से animation कैसे बनाना है, so that I can create better, content for children, things like that. What happened is that we worked with the RPs, and then we set it up in such a way, along with the RSCRT, we set it up in such a way that the RPs are conducting those workshops, those 2 hours power packed workshops with the teachers, in the form of what is called as the peer learning community. What happens is that therefore, the peer learning community is not सारे teachers को एक साथ लाया, but actually it is block wise, or it could be district wise, depending on how each district has set it up, mostly block wise. What happens is that therefore the teachers are actually discussing, while learning a new skill, the teachers are also actually discussing the actual challenges they are facing. And that's the benefit of doing it in a peer learning community format. So it also moved in this way. And the last is, of course, that the content is, of course, I mean, there is a lot of thinking around how do I reach the children in a much more creative way, because clearly now I can't talk with the child while he or she is right around in my classroom. So how do I make it more creative? And so a lot of conversation around that, a lot of movement around that. So I think these are the ways in which I see what has happened in the teacher development. There is, of course, if you don't mind, I can take 5 more minutes, and also I would like to share that what can be still done, because like I said, we are in that transition phase, very very significant transition moment. And I feel that I've observed, and this I've observed across all the states that I've been involved in. There is a possible teacher burnout due to excessive screen time, and there is a possible burnout that we all might be feeling, at different times. But definitely, I have observed that with the teacher communities, people have come back and said, "बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है और समझ में नहीं आता है अब आगे कैसे करना है." So that whole aspect of mental health of teachers can become a concern very soon. A lot of, like, we've done a lot of digital teaching skills around digital teaching, but there may be a lot more that needs to be done. We don't, like Amrita ji said, it's a new thing, so we need to do a lot of probably a lot of trial and error to figure out what more is required for our set of teachers who are part of our state or our district or our block. So a lot of figuring out of what is required, and then redesigning these sessions around that. Um, I think very soon, what is also, and I've observed this happening over the different states. How do teachers learn to divide their time between developing new content, using the new method of teaching, and doing the other administrative tasks? Because administrative tasks are going to be there. And whether it is a digital format or a non-digital format, it is always going to be there because there are certain things that are required. So I think what gets added is मुझे सिर्फ साइंस कैसे पढ़ाना है उस पर ध्यान नहीं देना है, मुझे साइंस या जो भी मैं पढ़ाती हूँ उसको नए तरीके से कैसे पढ़ाना है, उसके लिए नया कंटेंट कैसे बनाना है, एंड देन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क चालू रखना है. So I think that's the stress that is probably already happening and going to happen. And then I think something which probably Amrita ji pointed in the beginning, actually seeing how this is translating into students learning, student using the digital medium and the non-digital medium. How are they learning how to blend this for their own learning? So I think those few things are there on my mind. Sorry, it's a long thing, but like I said, being a teacher trainer, this comes very dearly to me.
Thanks a lot for that, Monal. And I really liked how you really made it a reality for us, that self-learning, peer learning, all these things we generally talk about in context of the child. But I think as a learner, even for a teacher, when they're going through these trainings, these practices are very important. So picking up from there, Jayashree ma'am, you've been a teacher for a very long time, and now you're working on research and training of teachers also. So according to you, the way these trainings have been conducted for very long, how has that been? How is it changed during COVID? And after things get better, after COVID finally, schools are back to normal 100%. How do you think teacher trainings will look in the future? And as Monal also mentioned, it's a lot of screen time for a teacher also and very stressful. So will it be a blend of both? How will it be going?
So in reference to teachers training, I would like to differentiate it into two parts, like teachers training for in-service teachers and the future teachers going to pupil teachers training program. So when we talk about just in-service teacher training program, just like Monal ma'am has said, that before this pandemic, we used to make some resource groups. Then there were some resource persons, and first we give the training at the state level, then the state resource group used to train at the district levels, and then there were some resource persons which train at the block level. But now when we manipulated all these things during this pandemic, and we came to the conclusion that the amount of in-service teachers training is very less. Like when we look just now, we have near about 437,000 teachers working in Government of Rajasthan Education Department. And still there are many teachers who are teaching in the private sectors. So after this pandemic, definitely Nishtha training program, which was going now, has taken government teachers as well as teachers from private sectors also. And in this training program, we have used different kinds of contents related to generic as well as pedagogical content has been taken here to improve the subject as well as the teaching pedagogy has been taken here. We have used training programs through Diksha also. And when we use these online training programs for the first time, in the first, like we can say in 2020, then we came to know that most of the teachers were so smart, they just go on clicking and just do the assessment and have the training certificate. But now NCERT has become more smarter than them, and now they have given the challenge that they have to score more than 70%. So they have to listen it carefully. They have to understand the logic behind that content, and then only they are able to attempt that assessment, and then only they are able to get the certificate for that training program. So though this is the process of in-service teachers training program, but ultimately, like now there is a drastic change in the education policy as we are implementing National Education Policy 2020, and now National Curriculum Framework is also on its development. So when we are working on the state curriculum framework, it is the time to understand the need of education technology in a proper way, because now it is not up to only the smart boards. Classroom is not limited to the smart boards or just like a PPT, but now our teachers, those who are like in Rajasthan, we have DLED programs and BEd programs. So some hands-on should be given on educational software to the teachers. Like now CIET, Central Institute of Education and Technology, is during this pandemic over 2 years, they have been giving lots of webinar weekly using different ICT tools. Many of the awarded teachers nationwide are giving the webinars. They are teaching teachers how to use different kind of open sources to prepare the content, to prepare the online games, to prepare online quizzes, how to do assessment in the classroom, how to utilize those open sources for evaluation, and many more things are given to those teachers at the open source free of cost. But still, I realized that there are some limitations in the open sources available on this cloud of internet. Definitely some licensed softwares should be available to the teachers. Though just like we work for Shiksha Darshan, and during the first year of the Shiksha Darshan in Rajasthan, we got the ready-made content from the partners. But what we realized that when the teachers reviewed that content, we realized that it is not familiar to the language of our students, and some of the content is not up to the limit of our students. Then how we have to use the content as in the language of our environment. So when we asked some of the teachers to prepare the content, they did a good initiative. They used different tools and they used different open softwares available, but still there is a limitation to prepare the content. So definitely our stakeholders and government has to provide training to utilize particular licensed softwares to prepare different kinds of animations, to prepare different kind of content for the students. Then again, content preparation is not a challenge, but the challenge is to prepare the content according to the subject pedagogy and the digital pedagogy, that how the student will learn, how the student will behave according to that content. And definitely now like coding system has been involved in the private sectors of the schools. So government sectors students cannot be left behind. So the teachers who are going to be the future teachers, I'm talking about the pupil teachers, they should be given the training about the augmented reality and the virtual reality, and to prepare the course, to prepare the animations, so that we can have our natural content. We do not have to depend upon other stakeholders or any other platform to adopt the content or to copy the content from others. Like we are talking about the teachers training program in Diksha, there is again an option has been given that the content has been prepared in English and Hindi, but different states have different languages, so the content is translated into other languages also. and teachers training programs are going smoothly. And during this pandemic, uh, uh, coverage of 90 to 100% has been utilized for the teachers to do this training programs. They have given their own comfort zone that within time period they have to complete these training programs. So definitely government is doing its best to provide or to update the teachers for their training programs, but still we have to make a digital literacy for our teachers to prepare their own content. So a particular training for such teachers, those who are interested to do this, is really necessary.
Thank you so much, man. I really like two things. The first, that you divided them into groups because dono ki needs are very different, right? In-service teachers, new teachers. So that is one really good thing, that is the way SCRT is also thinking, that the courses or the material that they do, competencies that they build are very different. And secondly, how important software is, not just e-content, but softwares are going to be in the coming years, and how teachers need to be made more software friendly also, and not just device friendly. So I think that's a very, very good point. So thank you so much for raising that. Coming to the next section, right? And I want to understand this from Amrita ji especially, that access, we talk about access and equity for students, and rightly so, right? Because getting access to device, content, anything has been very difficult for students, but probably teachers are also facing similar challenges. And when it comes to elementary grades especially, right, because elementary grades tend to be deprioritized when it comes to digitization of schools. We generally see senior secondary schools are the first ones to get computer labs, are the first ones to get access to any kind of digital infrastructure, digital learning. And primary grades also have had to study digitally to a great extent during this period. So what ma'am has been your experience when it comes to how students are reacting to it, and how are teachers managing this? Because I think it's a lot more difficult for primary grades digital learning.
Thank you, Sunaina. I think I would like to answer this in 3 parts. And if you see any kind of international, national research, then you will see that how early grades children learn and what exactly the neuroscience talk about. And if you see that, then one of the central part of it is the adult mediation. Adult mediation becomes very critical for young kids. So when we say, again, I will come to the same thread I have been talking about, the equity. Children in our households and in our home maybe got a lot of adult mediation even during pandemic when the online classes were happening. Whereas this adult mediation may not be possible of children coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. There can be many, many reasons for it, and we are all aware of it. So I think first part is that the way the neuroscience talks about that how children learn in the early grades, and the whole role of adult mediation, how you will do it in case of digital learning. This is one. Second is that with the same thread, like adult mediation, when you do for the early grades, for the primary, you also do a lot of scaffolding, and that scaffolding required various kind of combination with adult mediation, with materials, and depending on the children preschool background, how much readiness, school readiness they have, this all depends. And what exactly happened during pandemic? Actually, the children who are in grade 3 now across India have never been to school. The first time, grade 1 and 2, first time coming to schools. They might not have even, we don't know, they might not have gone to the preschool. So the first time from almost like from mother's lab, they have come to schools. So even here, role of teachers change a lot, because when they come to schools, even like I was, after the school reopening, I have been visiting a few schools and I was talking to teachers, and some of the teachers were saying कि ma'am abhi to pencil pakadna nahi jante, which is true, that they have come to school that like so grade 3 till grade 3 children maybe they have never been. So how teachers respond to that, and how the whole primary section, I mean primary schools respond to that, it's a big thing as a nation. I think it's an important area to look into. Also, what happened in case of India, if you see the international experiences, the primary schools actually closed last, because the whole kind of the fear for COVID was least for the smaller kids. So the primary schools, like if you say UK, if you say any of the European countries, even in the primary schools where the pre-primary and primary were open. But in our country, what happened that the first thing was closed is the pre-primary and primary. So, and also closed for the entire stretch, because in the elementary and secondary, high secondary also opened in between before the second wave. So I think one is that it's very important that how you teach young kids, how you make them school ready, and what is the digital space. Digital space play a very, very important role, but then how you will kind of transfer to the children we cater in the government schools, where the adult mediation can be blended, and how you do it. Second part of the third part of it is that again I'll bring the parenting piece. So if you see in any of the early grades, early childhood education or foundation, or in the primary grades, parents can play important role. Suppose if anybody at home have class 7 or 8 pass or class 10 pass, not gone for higher studies, but it's possible for them to support early. Maybe the distance of subjects happens when children are going to higher grades. Maybe when science and chemistry, math, different kind of subjects coming, there might be a difference between the schooling, the educational background of parents. And the parents do not have education background, there are siblings, there are others. So I think it's very important that in the entire school readiness, school preparedness, kind of regular linkage with primary grades, what kind of a role parents can play. In early grades, there has been various kinds of videos, digital ways, digital materials have been developed in terms of language development, in terms of various kinds of early mathematical expression or mathematical skills. So I think those are very, very important, but then how this needs to be translated to children, transacted to children, those are the area still we are kind of working on. But at the same time, with the kind of a blended digital, if there are blended digital strategies coming for the primary grades, this should also look into the involvement of parents, because in higher grades, it might be children may be in a more independent in grade 9 to 12 to engage with teachers, engage with coming like working down to the schools and doing the doubt clearing and all, which are smaller kids, it may not be possible to do. So how do you do it is also, I mean, putting a parenting component is also important, and how you linkage with parents on that. And last thing is also that the access to devices for early grades are even less. So it has to be like when a mother or father have the phone or have anything that children are getting access to. So all these are kind of little different for these early grades children, but there are huge scope, lots of organization schools, and they're having very exciting ways of doing it. So one has to do it very meticulous planning and see various stakeholders how children learning would be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita ji. And definitely, I resonate with that. Younger children find it a lot more difficult to even sit in one place. I think not having that scope with friends, with the atmosphere, environment to study, and parents who are probably not even present there, they might be out working. So it's definitely very challenging when it comes to the earlier grades. Monal and I want to come to you next to understand the kind of challenges teachers, if you look at teachers as members of the community, right? We talk about access challenges for students, but we know almost all teachers are now connected digitally, which I think is a very, very big feat, right? Because these teachers also live in the areas where internet nahi hai, and there's so many other challenges, probably traveling so many kilometers. So want to understand from you, what are such instances that you might have observed, and what kind of support do you think teachers need in terms of actually accessing that last mile, right, as members of the community and as individuals from that community?
Sure. Thank you. So, Sunaina, I want to start with a few examples that I actually witnessed last year. I mean, you're right about that teachers are also from the similar community and similar areas where the children are coming from. And therefore, if there is a place where the connectivity is low, then it is probably the same with the teacher also. The teacher is also, probably facing that. But I think it is also significant to observe that there are still areas where there is also electricity is not there. Yeah. So I know last year we were doing a survey somewhere and we realized that there is a particular village. This is in Rajasthan that I'm talking about, where which is in the interior most of the desert, where the electricity has just come in 2 years back. So you can't really expect suddenly everything changing and connectivity to be very high where actually electricity has just come in. I know of several places in the hilly areas where again electricity is very limited, or it is that low voltage. So really a lot of these devices may not work, may just I mean, the teachers may just lose their devices because it's a low voltage. So there is a whole lot of problem of devices, of electricity. The second thing that I've observed is also, like, for example, in India, we are each state has its own unique issues. Like I remember last year when we were attempting to support in this digital in this COVID response and digital teaching learning methodology. I remember that in Jammu Kashmir there was there was a lot of communal issues that were happening. I don't want to go into the details of that, but I'm saying that because of that, the teachers and the children and our teams were constantly, troubled with the fact that there is either no connectivity or just 2G, because it was that kind of a situation. So how do you do anything over there? And it was very difficult. जब भी 1 घंटा भी अगर आता है 3G, I mean slightly higher than 2G, अगर कोई connection आता है, तो the teachers are onto it, the children are onto it, our teams are onto it. It was that kind of a thing. So there is a connectivity issue. There's an electricity issue. Then there is a connectivity issue, availability of connectivity issue. And then there is a overall, geographical accessibility issue. And I want to take an example of areas which are, like Assam and, interior areas in Maharashtra, which keep getting flooded, Andhra and Maharashtra, which keep getting flooded. And so, you're trying to do something, but suddenly, and the teacher has no way to even reach the school or the village where the kids are. So it's not just about that he's trying to, access digital ways of teaching. His access to the children itself overall is not there, So we have to remember that we are also living in a country which is loaded with all these real issues. And I'm not sure how what to do to support or help. But I do know that I think one of the big learnings that we surely have is, and we do want to kind of, I would like to kind of share with everyone, is that as many programs that we are able to, design, keeping in mind these local geographical conditions, I think that is going to be very, very useful. So it's not just about how to improve the digital technology availability, but keeping in mind these other accessibility issues. How can we devise programs? How can we design programs that are kind of contextualized to that how do I put it? That detail. So it's not that एक राजस्थान स्टेट के लिए या एक इंडिया के लिए कुछ प्रोग्राम बनाया, but that detail, that that block generally gets flooded every now and then. So there we should do these three things, whereas that block has a electricity issue. So there we should do these two other things. And not those three things which are applicable in that other block. So I think if we are all able to work together as CSOs and government and all of us together to devise programs and devise plans which are very specific to the local geography and local needs, I think that is definitely going to be useful. And that's not just, that's applicable with a non-digital situation and also in the digital situation also. So yeah, that's my broad hypothesis. Yeah, that's it for now.
Sunaina?
Yeah, yes, Mamita.
Yeah, so I just want to add, I think Monal had raised one very, very critical, I would say, component here is looking into the localized solution. I think it's also very important to see various kinds of issues, and we even pandemic has forced us to move to a digital space, but situation hasn't changed. Situation has actually gone for worse because of the huge learning loss. Schools were closed, teachers have to work more hard. Things have been. We have been already grappling with the learning loss, with all these education assessment is talking about. But with this pandemic, things would be even more difficult. So I think our localized model and or mapping various options or various situation one might have, and what kind of a solution one can give in these various situations. I think that would be very, very important. Second, I think it's also important about, as a suppose if it's talking about a state, also talking about a roadmap. What kind of different situation in the state, and how state is basically trying to look into different options and different solutions in next 5 years. Because certain things will be much easier to do, some certain things would require because all require funds, all require resources. So I think those kind of very nuances planning is very important. And finally, I would also say that, as I said earlier, that this lot of solution would come through research, through learning, through various organizations. As Monal had already shared some of their learning happening in last 2 years. But at the same time, I think it's also important that, suppose if we want to shift from point A to point B, that shifting requires certain non-negotiable. So what are those non-negotiable? And that is ensured, because unless the essential and desirable things are in place, the shifting from A and B might happen, but not happen very successfully and adequately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita ji. So I think we are very close to, I think we have a lot of questions, so we might start the Q&A quickly, but just to give a more logical end to the discussion, just want to understand from each of you, what do you think is the way forward when we talk about teachers move from desks to desktops? And also cognizant of the fact that the pandemic is still here, right? We might see a third wave in the next few months. We may not see a third wave, right? So how do we equip the teachers that if such a situation arises in the near future, or even at a later stage in their careers, how do we better equip teachers, and how do we ensure that they have a smooth, fruitful, and a professionally fulfilling transition from desk to desktops? So Jayashree ma'am, you can probably share what you think is the way ahead, and how institutions, governments, private sector, NGOs, all these institutions can help build that environment for our teachers.
Okay, definitely. First of all, I would like to focus on the point, like Amrita has told, that when the children was in the laps of their mother, and they were of 2 or 3 years old, and they have to come to the school, and in primary sections in India, there is a breakup of 2 years. So for this, Indian government, Ministry of Education has provided a national initiative for proficiency in reading with understanding and numeracy as a part of Nipun Bharat in the field of FLN, as a foundation literacy and numeracy. And now it has been targeted to this primary section, because up to, as we think that the child has to take the admission in class 1 and 2 years breakup have been done, now he will come to the grade 3 and he don't know how to hold the pencil also. So government has targeted that by the end of 2026 to 27, integrated teacher training program for improving quality of school education with the coverage of nearly 24.5 lakhs teachers across the country. NEP has also focused to work upon the Bal Vatika, and like if we take the example of Rajasthan, we have take a bridge course. Like if this child is in class 3, then for 3 months, he has to revise the content of class 1. Then for 2 months, he has to revise the content of class 2. Then after completing these 2 bridge courses, then only he will be able to learn the content of class 3. So definitely we want that due to this pandemic, there should in the initial stages, there was a Saksharta mission and Proud Shiksha mission, and we were making the people to read and write. But now this should not be the challenge for our small kids. To improve the learning, we have to focus definitely on the primary education of our children. And we are ready to work upon, as soon as this pandemic is over, we have to work upon the more work we have to do for our primary students. And meanwhile, definitely many of the parents do not have access to digital equipments, and like when we see at our home also, when the students are in nursery, parents have to sit with them for their online classes, and parents are only there to help the child to do his assignments and to do his work. And definitely in rural background and the children who belong to the community where parents can't help their children to read and write, then definitely there will be a lack, there will be a bridge between such type of children. So we want to fill up this bridge as soon as possible. Now, the point is that if suppose third wave is also there, then how we have to train our teachers to move during this pandemic and to work upon this pandemic. So definitely we know that many of our teachers are not well versed with creating digital content and conveying it effectively online, and a sudden expectation from them to upgrade and from students to adapt is not so fair. But due to the lack of gadgets and network speed in the remote areas, it is the responsibility of our education system, it is the responsibility of our teachers to save the students from creating a digital divide in the society. Definitely we have to train our teachers in such a manner, and government is doing its initiatives to not to provide such a digital divide in our students. Definitely teachers are using the digital pedagogy in the form to save their times, to prepare the results, to do the evaluation. And when just now the work is going in this way that students submit their homework or assignment to the teacher offline, and when the teacher do the assessment, they have to fill the results of the assessments online on Shala Darpan. And now it is the time saving matter for those teachers to classify the students, those who are lagging behind. So how to make the strategy for the remedial teaching for those students means it has become easy for the teacher to classify that how many students have access to the digital content and they are coping with that content and they are doing good, and how many students are there who are lacking behind such content and how to make their remediations. So as the agency of RSCRT, we have prepared the remediations workbooks and worksheets also for such kind of students, and teachers are helping the students. Such deviation of the students should not be there in the society.
Thank you so much, Jayashree ma'am. I would also like to request Monal to share her thoughts on what is the way forward.
Sure, thank you. So Sunaina, for me, I'll be very, very honest here that I'm a little worried that third wave or no third wave, we may slip back to the previous methods, because those are methods that we are used to for years. Yeah. So, and this was all of this, whatever happened as a digital medium was more for a COVID response. Third wave nahi aaye, ye to I'm hoping, I'm praying my level best कि third wave nahi aaye. But third wave nahi aayega, to will we go back to the old norm, or will we continue to practice the new norm is a question. And really, I think for me, the first thing is to be very conscious, all of us as individuals and all of us as, either influencers or policymakers or practitioners or whatever we are, all of us to remember how we are going to, ensure that the required change management for and the required, support mechanisms so that all of us don't slip back to the old method happens. Yeah, and I keep telling all of us, because I include myself in that group, right? I mean, it's not the teachers and me separately. So all of us having certain practices. Yeah. So the first thing for me is that. The second thing for me is, to actually actively look at what are the other ways in which we can, and especially I think when I look at what happened across India, especially where children were coming from very difficult areas or rural areas, or where I was talking about the inaccessibility part. How do we ensure that newer maybe the setups that are already there, for example, the community center or the Anganwadis, can these be spruced up with more technological infrastructure, with of course फिर वहाँ पर किसी को रखना पड़ेगा, there'll have to be 2 teachers nominated. All of that is there. I know that there is a huge thing behind it, but I'm saying that to ensure if there is no connectivity there, or if all children do not have mobiles, is there a way to bring technological solutions by using more local local available resources? Is there a possibility like that? And to use platforms that don't need internet connectivity continuously. So is that a possibility or not? The third thing is, of course, going back to what both Jayashree ji and Amrita ji were telling, but for me it's extremely critical, so probably I'm going to kind of underline it again. I think research that Amrita ji was telling, serious research on what are the models of blended learning working, and whether blended learning is working, not working, whether a certain kind of blended learning is working. I mean to say that more number of hours for digital learning and less number of hours for textbook based learning, or is it the other way around, or is it 50-50%? I think a lot of all that will have to be done to actually arrive at the right understanding of what works and what doesn't work. And again, I don't want to miss out on the point that I had raised a while back. Do it keeping in mind the local conditions, so that doesn't go away. Yeah. And I think the other deep research required is in terms of what kind of digital teaching methods are more useful, and what kind of digital teaching skills are teachers developing, because of which their practice is improving and because of which student learning outcome is improving. So, some kind of that kind of a correlation, if we are able to slowly get into establishing, I think that is also going to help, because those are big learnings as to how this how the situation can be changed, third wave or no third wave. And of course, I think the most critical is pilot a lot of different platforms and apps, and see what works and what doesn't work in our own system. So in our own state systems, or in our district systems. So yeah, I think those are some of my hopes that this is the way forward that we all take up.
Thanks, Monal. And quickly moving to Amrita ji, and then we can get to the Q&A. So Amrita ji, any closing remarks on what is the way forward in teachers' journey from desks to desktops?
I think Monal had really said the way forward, and I have also mentioned, I think two important area I would like to mention. One is the importance and role of research, what is working well, looking into various models, looking into various models in various situations. I think that would be a very important area to look at. Second part is also what I will also say that in terms of there's already enough body of literature or body of research available that what kind of the classroom processes or challenges already exist in the classroom situation, and how the teacher professional development can be improved, where teacher disposition will be better, where teachers would be able to translate that into the classroom. So there is a huge body of knowledge and research available in this area for many years in terms of teacher professional development. So it's also important to look into that, because the digital space is an add-on, additional thing is that way coming to us. Is digital spaces going to give any solution towards it? What kind of solution it can? If there are examples for that, or is going to make more complicated? I think so. The regular, real situation needs to be part of these entire transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amita ji. So we have a lot of questions. I'll just pick the questions narrated to the panelists, and I would request individual panelists to answer. And if somebody else would also like to answer, please do so by unmuting yourself. So the first question, I think, Jayashree ma'am, you would be the best person to answer. So somebody has asked about the list of digital tools that are absolutely necessary for teachers to adapt to the era of digital learning. And along similar lines, there's another question: what kind of trainings do teachers need in order to adapt to these tools or the new normal of e-learning?
Yeah, definitely. Like I mentioned earlier also, that to prepare the content, like if we talk about primary section, we have to prepare the content on the basis of animations. So which kind of tools are required to prepare the content for animation? I still told that a lot of tools are available as on open sources. Like Mondal ma'am also told that Powtoon is used, and Tweencraft is used to prepare animations. But still, I said that using PPT also we can create a lot of animations. But still, I said that licensed softwares are available to the teachers, and it will be more beneficial to create the content according to the need of our content. Then for assessment and for just I told to prepare the content for like online quizzes and online games, then definitely Kahoot is a very good tool to be used for online quizzes. We have created many audio content using podcast, and like Audacity is a very good tool to create the audio content, and definitely to create many visual contents. We are using many open sources like OpenShot Video Creator or KineMaster, and but definitely I suggest you to have a proper licensed software or a tool to provide to a teacher, so there should not be any issue of copyright, and means teacher don't have to use cut and copy paste, but he can utilize his own creativity using the proper licensed tools. So it is necessary for the teacher, and definitely I told that during teachers training program, if suppose a training for coding can be given, like many of the teachers are using Scratch to create the animation, but a technical training or a technical support is needed for a teacher to create a quality content. And the next, sorry, what was the next point, Sonena?
Ma'am, it was about what kind of trainings do teachers need to use these tools, or just in generally e-learning, what are the necessary trainings?
Yeah. I told earlier also that like CIET also giving the trainings, and they are preparing the resource persons in the field of ICT. So definitely technical assessment and technical support training is needed for such kind of teachers. We like in Rajasthan and in many states, we have prepared state resource group which are giving teachers training in the diets, how to prepare the e-content. Like in Rajasthan, when we worked on Shiksha Vani and Shiksha Darshan, teachers prepared lot of audio content. Now, what are the conditions which are to be kept in mind to prepare like audio content? Then how they have to prepare the script. Then how they have to use a room where there should be no noise should be there, so a proper content can be delivered. Then when we prepared the content for Shiksha Darshan, then we divided the content into two parts, like for primary section and for content for the classes 6 to 12. Then for providing the content from 6 to 12, our directorate Bikaner just asked an open it was open for all the teachers, and they just asked that how many teachers are ready to prepare the content for this work. So many of the teachers voluntarily gave their names, and by the auditions of the teachers, they were selected, and they were given the training to use the smart board, to use the interactive board to deliver their chapters and their lessons. And the videos were shot for those teachers, and a very good content has been provided in the state in the form of e-Kaksha, and many private stakeholders took part in that. And an app has been provided to the students, and using that app, students are taking the videos according to the chapters, according to the subjects. Means it has been digital repository has been provided in the state in the form of e-Kaksha videos. And when we prepared the content for the primary section, we definitely focused on the animation, as small children are attractive toward the cartoon films, and they have they have to interact with the things, like blackboard teaching is not perfect for such kind of students. So many of the teachers used different kinds of tools, like some of them have used the tools for for PPT. They have used PPT in the very proper way to create the animations, and many have used different tools for I would not like to mention the names because it will become just like a commercial way. But definitely this is a requirement for the teachers that to prepare the study materials, to prepare the videos, quizzes, worksheets in a digital manner. Definitely state has to take the initiative to give to provide the trainings to the teachers.
Thank you so much, Jayashree ji. Coming to the next question, and I'm combining a few that are along the similar lines. So Monal, I think since you talked a little bit about teachers' mental health and how they are coping with this digital classrooms, there's a lot of digital fatigue also. How can we ensure teachers' mental health, and if there are any such initiatives run by government? Somebody's asked, but I think even private organizations are running such initiatives. So Monal, if you can just shed some light on this.
Sure. Thank you. So the digital fatigue is true for all of us again. It's there with me also, honestly. But I think I'll actually combine both government initiatives and organizational initiatives, other organizational initiatives, and a lot of us all are now talking about uh, what is known as mental health, what is known as social emotional health, and these kind of things, And what I see, Sunaina, is that before COVID, I think there were a small group of people who were talking about it, um, both within government and within organizations. But now everyone is talking about it. And I think what has happened is that the awareness has tremendously increased. I think the sensitivity to the anxiety that screen time and isolation and all of that creates, the sensitivity has also increased. So first of all, I just want to share that more people are being aware of it and talking about it. I think at the program level, who is running something and who is not running, I think every state government that I am working with, I have seen them come back and ask, what can we do? Let's work together. We are thinking of creating these programs for our teachers and for students both. Again, I also want to underline that Nishtha has also brought in modules for that. So I think almost every state government is talking about it. There are I think with Rajasthan government in particular, I can share that there are programs that UNICEF is doing, and there are programs that we are doing on social and emotional health of students and on social and emotional health of teachers. So yeah, I think that's going to be my my response. I think the key thing there is has been to focus on how do we bring back the emotional resilience required, and how do we train everyone on what tools and what practices they can practice in their own personal spaces so that they feel more emotionally resilient. So I think that's been that's been my understanding around this.
So, Mona, another question along similar lines, since you also mentioned social emotional learning of children. So somebody's also asked, how do you, inculcate like social skills in students through digital mediums? So if you would also like to talk about that, and then I think Amrita ji, Jayashree, all of you should contribute to this question, because I think you're all experts in this. But Monal, you can please.
It's a googly question, first of all. Because on one hand we keep saying digital medium means you're not with your friends, you're not with your people who you love to be with, and then we are also talking about social skills, developing social skills through digital medium. So I don't know about I don't have the exact answer to this, because again, I think these are things that a lot of people are now trying and learning from it. But I know that even when so some of the teacher development work that we've been doing in the last year, I know that we've been talking about in bringing in, even through the digital classroom, how can you do ensure that students are, for example, doing projects which are with each other, so they're coming to you for the classroom, yes, as a teacher, and then you are probably curating and giving them small projects which require them to maybe pick up the phone or maybe connect with the friend who is probably in another village, or maybe just step out of the house and go to the neighbor, a friend of theirs, and do a project together. But really, how can those barriers that a digital medium may create, how can they break and do some small things together using digital or non-digital medium? I think one of the ways that we have tried, and which I know that a lot of other organizations are also trying, has been that. The other is, of course, when we've been speaking with teachers that आप जब अपने sessions ले रहे हो, so how can you make that not just interactive in terms of students asking questions, but also interactive amongst themselves? Because what happens is, like at the moment also, Sunaina, what's happening is that every time you're asking a question, there is probably one person speaking and the others looking. So as much as you try to make it interactive, there is this slight limitation of this medium, right, at the moment. So when we talk with the teachers, we are saying, how can you make it interactive otherwise, where you kind of throw an open-ended question and maybe allow between students, allow some conversations to happen to see नहीं नहीं इसको ऐसे नहीं ऐसे देखना पड़ेगा, या whatever the question is basically. So I think some of these things we've been doing in the last year. I don't have a research-based data which tells how successful it was, but it was interesting experiment, and it seemed to have generated some good interaction between children. So yeah, those are my 2 bits.
Thank you so much, Munil. So coming to the next question, and I think Amrita ji briefly spoke about it, and somebody's asked, how important is the role of parents in the student-teacher relationship in a digital classroom? So Amrita ji, if you'd like to answer. Amrita ji, you're on mute.
Yeah. See, frankly, I don't have a direct answer to it because we have been working with many states, and including Rajasthan, that when school would be reopening, what kind of a socio-emotional learning piece would go to children and for teachers, but that's not a digital form. Of course, with NIMHANS, some of the states with UNICEF support, NIMHANS and UNICEF are jointly working on a course for teacher being skilled or equipped to handle the whole psychosocial supports in school. Mostly many of our studies are looking into the adolescents issues and all. So that's more as a teacher level. So we are working on a teacher training module, which is a digit online, looking into the psychosocial support to children. But that's more as a support to children at the psychosocial level. But in terms of what kind of a digital platform would improve the socio-emotional learning of children, I'm still don't have enough evidence with me to work on it, but I'm sure that there are various, like we also work with many LMS on various life skill programs. So there is a fine nuances between socio-emotional learning and life skill, but then some of the life skill helps to develop your critical thinking, problem solving, and many more things. So there are already various LMS are working on teachers training modules for life skill for children at various grades. So those are available, but frankly speaking, we have also not done any evaluation to say that how much this has really worked. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitaji. So we do not have a lot of time, but there's, I think, one important question that multiple people have asked, and that's related to cyber security. First is how safe are the children, and secondly, how are they using it, right? Are they using it? Are they using the phones? Are they using laptop, tablet, whatever it is? Are they using it for studying or for texting, social media, etc.? And I think Jayashree ma'am, probably you would like to you could add, since you are interacting with so many teachers, how are teachers managing the time that students are spending on it?
Yeah, definitely. Regarding cyber safety and security, we have given a training program in month of February with the help of CDAC Pune. And near about, it was wonderful to share that near about 20,000 teachers did this training within 3 days regarding cyber safety and security. And a lot of efforts have been done by CIET, as CIET also taking different online trainings. And during those training programs, they have used during their modules, they have used the content of cyber safety and security. And also they have used the content for e-waste management also. So we have made our teachers aware about how to use the content available on the different platforms and how to be aware of these cyber threats and how to make the children aware about cyber threats. Recently, Ministry of Education has also stressed to make awareness programs, advocacy programs for students regarding the threats of online gamings. So we have also prepared posters and disseminate in the field to make aware, to produce the awareness among parents as well as teachers to how to make their students more aware about this cyber safety and security, and how to use the online games, and what are the guidelines of RBI to purchase the games online. And we have also stressed the children not to share their private information on any of the websites or any of the unknown person. So many advocacy programs are going to be shared recently by RSCRT, and time to time we are giving this content in various training programs also.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it puts a lot of us at ease who do not know exactly how cyber security works for students. So that's very helpful. Coming to the next question, and Monal, I think you would be the best person to take this one. And somebody has asked how the rural society responded to transition to technology, and to what extent has this shift been successful? And since you said, customizing solutions according to local needs, so what has been your experience when it comes to rural places across the country?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, that's a significant question. And I don't know whether it's as simple to answer that it has happened or it hasn't happened, because really like I was mentioning, the conditions are such that different rural societies also have different challenges, right? And in the middle of that, I think people have had to find their solutions. So I would say it's been I mean, if you ask for a simple answer to this complex question, I think it's been a tough ride for them. It's been difficult because of various accessibility issues, and I think there are villages which have probably managed, and there are villages which have suffered, and which is why a lot of times a lot of people are now talking about the learning loss, because really this is what this is what they've probably observed. So yeah, I think the way I understand it is it's been very difficult, and it's been a huge challenge, which is why I was promoting maybe local solutions rather than a generic solution. So yeah, that's where I am at the moment.
Great. Thank you so much, Jaishuji, Monalji, and Amritaji for your valuable time. I think we've received a lot of very good insights, and it also makes me realize that there's a lot of work, there's a lot of research to be done to understand the shift that we've seen during COVID and to sustain that shift to ensure that blended learning actually happens. We actually move from desk to desktop. It's very good to see that teachers, governments, private organizations, multilateral organizations, everybody's thinking about it, and everybody's working towards ensuring that we sustain the momentum in terms of digital learning that we've gained, and we come up with a better, more fruitful blended learning model. And in the process, we are also ensuring the professional development of our teachers who put in just a lot of really, really commendable work during the last 2 years. So I think with that, we are close to the end of the session. So I would like to hand over to, I think, Harshali, if she'd like to add in.
Yes, thank you, Sunana. Thank you all the panelists for making it here, giving us such precious time of yours and discussing this important topic. From what I gathered from the discussion was that COVID has been a disruption and we have come a long way, but we are yet to complete a lot of other things, other tasks that have surfaced, so that we are actually able to make it to the last mile with all the intentions and the good objectives we have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been great.
Thank you. So for the next session, now I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Garg, Senior Manager Convergenius, who's also heading the ETANB Fellowship for the organization, to please give us some closing remarks on and his views on how the day one of this webinar was. Thank you. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Harshali. So it's a little difficult task. Let me sort of start by really appreciating all the speakers for joining us today, sharing their thoughts, ideas, and experiences. It has been a really, really insightful day personally for me. And I think a lot of us who have joined as well, I'm sure that it has been a really insightful day. There's a lot that has been covered in the two panels that we had today, and I'll try to summarize to whatever extent I can. So our keynote speaker today, Dr. Joseph, Director Academic CBSE, in his address basically highlighted the major aspects of the national education policy and the positive impact that it'll probably have in the country, right? So NEP 2020 talks about the all-round development of the child. It is inclusive, quality-oriented, provides equity, and aims to achieve excellence at each student level. Right. So CBSE has already started NEP implementation by changing the teaching learning practices in the classroom. The focus is now more on competency-based education and application-oriented learning that promotes various skills and abilities to apply that knowledge in the real life. Dr. Joseph also mentioned that a blended mode of learning would actually be implemented in the schools, at least affiliated with CBSE, right? And he also covered the whole gamut of assessments and evaluation with specific reference to the ways and means of tracking students' progress, even during the ongoing pandemic. And then we had our first panel on building schools without walls, talking about the opportunity that we have now to think beyond just schools for learning, right? And yes, the lines are really getting blurred between, where learning can happen. As we know today, it really can happen anywhere and everywhere. It has been happening from the last 1.5 years, right? And as one of the panelists, really mentioned that it really doesn't need a school building. Teachers coming in, teaching the students, principals sitting to monitor the teachers and doing the ops thing, CRCs coming, monitoring the whole piece, right? And COVID has taught us that, because really schools were closed, but the learning didn't, stop. It just continued. And we also discussed the role of key stakeholders in education, be it students themselves who are motivated, disciplined for their own learning, teachers who are skilled, parents who are more involved. School buildings are not only the spaces for learning, communities as the nurturing space, and the system as a whole really providing a supportive environment. right? We also discussed the key role of technology, allowing a state like Gujarat to do student and teacher level data analytics, and allowing us to really learn about how students are learning and making data driven decisions. At a student level, we talked about an adaptive approach to learning and assessments, that it is the way to go, given that we will always have students who are fast learners, slow learners, and students who would be really far behind expected learning levels. And there's definitely evidence of meaningful edtech really working for the children if done and if designed very well within a set dosage. At the parent level, we really parents becoming the eyes and ears of the teachers, or probably supporting in the academic as well as the emotional learning of the students. The teacher's role at a teacher level, we talked about helping teachers identifying the weak areas and plan group-based interventions basis some help from the technology that we have been utilizing. And our second panel really on digital infra in teachers development, really built on the teacher level things and pointing out the need for really building teachers' capacity for creating meaningful and contextual and pedagogically correct content, right? Providing them access to free educational resources that are really impactful and meaningful, which are tested. And I personally also believe that each and every student has the right to learn from the best of the content that is there, right? And we also, in the second panel, talked about the need for blended training for teachers and contextual trainings, wherein basis where the teacher is exactly in their teaching journey, right? Have they just joined, or are they experienced? Making it very contextual for them, and really preparing them for the blended learning classrooms that we are going to see very soon, right? And we also talked about tools like PowerPoint, Photoon, etc. That teachers might also be using in their day-to-day life, and could also be made a part of all of these trainings. And it's really a multi-stakeholder, responsibility to help teachers with their professional development. And I would probably just conclude by saying that we must appreciate the teachers for their hard work in the last 1.5 years. Preparing their own content in local language, local context. Making notes for their students, worksheets, and providing probably offline access to all of those who are not online. Taking calls of the parents outside of their working hours, and much more that they have been doing. And I think listening to really all the speakers today, I think pandemic has really I can say accelerated the things that we wanted to, or the change that we wanted to see in the space, right? But it has also left us with an opportunity to design better systems and really support the learning of the students and help prepare them for their future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So in complete agreement here, while a lot of challenges have come up, a lot of good has also happened. So now the challenge is to not let all this reverse. Let's have this continue while bringing about a synergy on what lies in the future, so that we can create more impact in better ways. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. For tomorrow, we will begin at 11 a.m. with our third panel. We hope for everyone to join us there. The details and the registration link is in the chat box. I would request you all to please refer to the same. And thank you, everyone, for making time today.